What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Friday. TGIF DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Thanks for hanging out with us or making us a part of your start, whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Streaming us up online, sportstalk1051.com. You got that app. Also, tell your Alexa device to say, "Yo, Alexa, play WAYY." Video stream also up and rolling on YouTube this morning. Little TGIF action. Thank gosh it's Friday. Thank gosh it's a football Friday. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? And a normal football Friday. Your keys to victory, your key matchups, the players who got to have a game for Sunday for Green Bay, or maybe people that got to have a game. What do you got? Hit me up. Start to hit me up. Join in on the conversation. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line this morning. Also, you can hit us up on the video stream on YouTube too, but it's a normal football Friday with your keys to victory, key matchups, players who or people. I gotta say that right. People who gotta have a game. Maybe give me some bold predictions too. I like it when you guys send over some bold predictions. So go ahead and do that as well. But we'll break down Packers versus Giants. Do you agree this is a must-win game for Green Bay on Sunday? Yay or nay? Must win? I'll tell you right now, I think it is, but maybe I'm being a little dramatic. Maybe I'm overreacting to that a little bit, but I definitely think it's a must-win game for the Pack on Sunday. Lucas Van Ness returned to practice yesterday, so that's a bit of a positive, right? Getting some guys back. The only player to not practice was Nate Hobbs, so hey. Getting some dudes back, hopefully. We'll see if Van Ness is able to actually go this weekend, though. I think it might be pushing it there, but nonetheless, finally getting back on the practice field. So, but other than that, how you vibe feeling for this game? We put up a post-glass mirror 715 Speaks poll question on Sports Talk last night on the Sports Talk Facebook page, like we usually do every weeknight, and kind of threw it out there like, okay, if the Packers win, do you feel like they're going to win by double digits? Or do you feel like they're going to win, but it's not going to be by double digits? Or do you feel like they're going to lose? And I got to be honest, the vibe feeling kind of low. Feeling kind of low right now. That's the gist that I'm getting here. So, but maybe it's different for some of you out there. So give me your analysis. Give me your thoughts. All right. Text those comments on over on the video stream or on that texting line. We'll throw some Bucks chat in here too, as the Bucks back at it tonight in a rematch against the Charlotte Hornets. So we'll take a look at that. Another game in the NBA Cup. If you're all goo gaga about that, but we'll throw a little hoops chat into that. Also on the docket, we'll talk some baseball here. We got the MVPs. We know who's no big surprise, probably Shohei, unanimous. 4 MVPs already for Shohei Ohtani. First time ever where all 4 of us have been unanimous, I believe, too. So I'll have to maybe double check that, but I believe that's what I saw. And then Aaron Judge edging out Cal Raleigh for the MVP for the American League. So, but Brewers continuing to collect a little bit more hardware because Matt Arnold, Executive of the Year, second year in a row, back-to-back, just like his manager that he hired, Pat Murphy. So first time that has happened. First time that has happened for a multiple-time Executive of the Year awards. The first ever to win multiple Executive of the Year awards. Matt Arnold, back-to-back. How about that? Also yesterday, too, or last night I should say, all MLB team, Freddie Peralta, Bryce Terang being named to the all MLB second team. So continuing to collect a little bit more hardware for the Brewers this offseason. So we'll throw some Brewers chats, especially with our guy, Mr. Brandon Berg. We'll take a look at, or we'll talk about that coming up a little bit later on here too. So we got that. We'll throw some college football chat in there, especially with Badgers taking on Indiana. Do you think they cover? I mean, I think I'm not even going to ask for a prediction unless somebody really, really, truly believes they are going to, that the Badgers are going to win this game on tomorrow. And if you're willing, I mean, like legitimately, it's different to say, oh yeah, rooting for them, all that sort of stuff. But legitimately, if you think they're going to win, I'd love to hear why you think they're going to win. But at least, do you think the Badgers cover in this game? Maybe that's the best way to kind of go about it. So we'll throw that on there. We have local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Our guy Brandon Berg will be joining us to break it all down. We've got the state championship game for 8-player football. McDonald, Gilman. Tonight, we're going to find out the teams that will be heading to the 11-player state championship. Those teams include River Falls, Baldwin Woodville, Northwestern, Stratford, Mondovi, Edgar, Cochran, Fountain City, all in action tonight. So, Blue Gold side of things, Blue Gold volleyball in the YI tournament last night, picking up a win against UW La Crosse. So, they will advance to the YI championship in a rematch against Oshkosh on Saturday. And the Blue Gold men's soccer team beginning their national tournament run this weekend as well. So, lot to catch up on for our local sports roundup. Again, brought to you by our good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center. Also, we'll do an AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. That'll be coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll do some Cream of the Crop in the 8 o'clock hour, too. You can send me your Cream of the Crops, brought to you by Mike's Star Market. And then we'll do the local sport, Inside the Trading Room, coming up just past 7 o'clock this morning. Brought to you by our good friends, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Dr. Crow will be joining us coming up just past 7 o'clock. So, fully loaded game plan for us this morning. Let's pitter-patter, let's get at her, and let's jump right into it, shall we? Let's lead it off talking a little football. Packers, Giants. There's, I think, for all the talk and the negative talk and the down talk, however you want to phrase it, for all this that we've been kind of talking about this week, there's, I believe, a legit chance for the Pack to get back into first place in the division after this weekend. I think there is. I think there's a legit chance. We'll kind of go through that. First place in the division, not overall seed, but we'll kind of go through that. But give me your players or people that have to have a game for the Packers to win. Your keys to victory, your key matchups. Are you a little bit nervous with this matchup, factoring in it's an interim head coach, new quarterback Jameis Winston, the whole vibe of, team coming in with a bunch of energy to play for their new interim head coach, to play under a new quarterback because Jackson Dart's hurt. Are you concerned about that at all? Does that factor into your pick for this game? What do you think? All right. Kind of a little bit of a vibe check there. We'll take our first break, and we'll get things rocking and rolling here this morning. But join in on the convo. Hit me up with those texts or comments on the video stream. We'll be back after these quick words. We are, 8 days away from opening day, a week from tomorrow, deer hunters. So I got the Blaze Orange unpacked last night, got the kids' Blaze Orange unpacked to make sure everything still fits him and such. So packing stuff up, thinking about, all right, what else is on that to-do list? Got to grab some snacks and such. But don't forget about the important one, because if you do get that deer, and I trust that you are going to get a deer this year, where do you go to get it processed? Made it to some fine cuts. Maybe some venison bacon, beef sticks, snack sticks. We got to take it to our good friends at Mike's Star Market, of course. So when you start to get the game plan for next weekend, get that game plan figured out. Like, if I get that deer, where am I going to take it? Put the little check mark on your to-do list there, and you got it covered with Mike's Star Market on the west side of Eau Claire. 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire. All right, just made it simple for you. You can check that off your to-do list, trying to figure out where you're going to be taking that deer when you get it. We're going to use the word when, because I got faith in you that you're going to be able to get it done this hunting season. So, oh, man, don't forget, send me those pics, okay? Put them up on the Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page. And I'm still looking for some photos. Got a couple of them stories, traditions, stories, awesome stories. Email them to me so I can put them up in next week's episode of the Man Cave Podcast. A little bit of a hunting theme there. mancavepodmail@gmail.com. All right. I want to share some of your traditions. I want to share some of your awesome stories. Again, they could be about the big one that got away, maybe a big one, maybe just taking your kiddo for the first time. Maybe you didn't even get a deer, but it's just an awesome story, and it's a memory that lives with in your memory bank. Hey, that's the cool thing about the outdoors, right? So you can send those on over. Email again, please, man. That way I can have them all in one place. mancavepodmail@gmail.com. All right, let's. We got Benjamin in EC. Good morning, Dan. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Benjamin in EC. A player who must have a game is whoever starts at center this week. With the talent on the Giants D-line, our offensive line play will be crucial, and that all starts with the center position. And it sure sounds like it's going to be Sean Ryan that's going to get that spot. So, Brandon G., this is a must-win game. I just hope that the defense doesn't feel like they have to score to win and get too opportunistic and get burnt by it. We know Winston likes to throw down the field, but I do feel like the defense needs to create a couple turnovers, and the offense needs to get in a rhythm with some tempo and get going early. Put this away early. Couple good texts there. Can't argue with a lot of that stuff. Can't argue with it a lot. So, all right. Packers, Giants. Let's break it down. Let's preview it. Okay. Looking at this matchup here, when you look at some of the numbers, I mean, that's how we roll with this thing. If we look at the offensive side of things, Green Bay's fallen outside the top 10 in terms of yards per game, 349.3 yards per game. And who is just a couple spots behind them? That would be the New York Giants, 332.9 yards per game. In terms of passing, Green Bay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They're still ninth in the league in terms of passing yards per game, 237.4. Giants are about middle of the pack, 209.9. Rushing yards per game, Giants, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So they're just outside the top 10. They're 11, 123 yards per game, whereas Green Bay, they're inching towards the bottom third. Points per game, you've got Green Bay, middle of the pack, putting up 23.7 points per game. Giants, bottom third in the league, 21.7. Defensive numbers here. In terms of total yards allowed, Green Bay is fifth best in the entire National Football League, 287.2 yards per game. When we break it down by passing yards given up per game, Green Bay, are they 2, 4, 6, 8? It looks like they're 10th, 195.4 They're just allowing through the air, whereas the Giants are about bottom third, 230.9. Rushing yards, Green Bay outside the top 5 now, 2-4. They're 6, giving up 91.8 yards per game on the ground, whereas the Giants, second worst in the league, giving up 152.1 rushing yards per game. Points per game, giving up Green Bay, top 10, only allowing 19.6 yards per game. Whereas the Giants, 6 worst, 27.3 points per game. So that's just, again, kind of a little how we start to preview everything, give you the rankings of where these teams are at and all that sort of stuff. But I would say this with the Giants, the thing you really can't factor into this, the unknown part of this thing is new interim head coach. It's his first game, Mike Kafka. You got Jameis Winston over there. Everybody seems to love Jameis Winston. His personality. Everybody kind of follows him. And I think he is going to provide a spark. I do think Winston's going to provide a little bit of an energy, a little bit of a spark for this team. However, Winston, as we know, is very susceptible to turning the ball over as well. So, instead of coming out there, if I'm Green Bay's defense, I'm coming with this approach. Okay. We know Winston's probably going to provide a little bit of a spark. I think guys are going to rally behind him. Players sure seem to love the guy. And when you listen to him talk and his personality, it's hard not to. Okay. But if I'm Green Bay's defense, I got to try to create some havoc right away. I got to create some turnovers right away and maybe suck out that energy right away. Don't let Winston gain some confidence. And in turn, if he's going to gain some confidence, that offense is going to gain some confidence. That entire team is going to gain some confidence. They're going to come in with some energy. And I look at it from the Packers' defensive side. Showcase why you are a really good defense. Go out there, manufacture some turnovers, put Winston under pressure right away. You got to come out hot on the defensive side right away. And not just like playing solid defense. I want to see pressure. I want to see some turnovers. I do want to see a little bit of an aggressive defense because I think that is going to be a big part in sucking out any of that energy that the Giants may come in with right away. Pressure, turnovers. Pressure, turnovers. That to me is one of the biggest keys in this game is do not give the Giants any hope. Do not give them any little bit of extra motivation, energy with this one because they are going to come in with it. We see it time and time again. When you have an interim head coach with that first game, then you throw in a different quarterback who players love, teammates love, and they're playing in their building. There is going to be an energy about it. A little bit of momentum early on for the Giants. And I think if you're Green Bay's defense, if you're Jeff Hafley, how do you take away that momentum early on? How do you grab that momentum early on? And then on the flip side, if you're Green Bay's offense, if your defense is able to give that to you, able to give you that gift, take it. Take it and run with it. No more slow starts. No more going through the first half and scoring a total of what? What was it the last few games? 13 points or something like that? That's ridiculous. And it's unacceptable and it's pathetic. It is time that this offense kicks it into gear and gets going right away. If that means you're going to run a little tempo right away, do it. Because it is clearly evident, it is clearly obvious that your offense needs to get started a lot quicker and get going a lot quicker. Help out your defense and by maybe taking away some of that energy, some of that momentum that the Giants are going to initially come in with. They may be coming in with it right away, but you could take it away right away too. I want to see Jordan Love. I want to see Josh Jacobs, this entire offense, Matt LaFleur. Let's be aggressive a little bit early. And if that means you got to start with a little up-tempo, even though it means you're going to, probably not have that 7-8 minute drive that they like to have that comes away with a touchdown. You take away a lot of time on the clock. If you got to run a little up-tempo right away, do it. If that's what's going to get you in a flow, if that's what's going to get you a touchdown early on, do it. I want to see this offensive line. It starts now. It should have started earlier, but it starts now. I want to see this Packers offensive line go out there and set the tone and win in the trenches and dominate. It's going to be different with Sean Ryan at center. It's going to be different in terms of not only, what does the center do? Snap the ball. But calling out protection, silent counts and all. That's all going to change now. Maybe it'll be for the better. That's not a knock on Elton Jenkins. He's a really solid offensive lineman. But I think it's also fair to say that was that transition to center working out the greatest? I think you could say probably not. But I want to see this offensive line go out there and dominate. And the person that you have to pay attention to is Brian Burns on this Giants team. The man has 11 sacks already this year. You have to pay attention to where number 0 is at. Focus on him. You got Burns. You got Abdul Carter. I know he's a rookie. He's off to a slow start, but still. Dexter Lawrence. They've got guys on this defensive line that you have to pay attention to and you have to account for. But right now, Brian Burns is leading that pack. We saw on Monday night, Jordan Love sure felt like he was feeling some ghosts. It sure felt like he was not comfortable behind that offensive line because some of the pressure. This offensive line, it starts with this group. Please, you have to play better in this game. And you have got to win in the trenches, and you have got to set the tone. It starts there. You have to open up. This should be a game where Josh Jacobs in this running game should have a ton of success. You're going up against the second worst run defense in the entire league. And you want to limit? I know there's people that want to let Jordan Love cook. And they want him to throw the football more. But in this game, when you got a defensive line like that is giving up a ton of running yards, and Brian Burns is getting after the quarterback, what's one way to kind of slow that down or to neutralize that a bit? Having success in running the football. Maybe a little delayed handoff, a little, that sort of thing, a little draw. Let those rushers get upfield and you run a little draw play and then boom. There is no reason why Green Bay should not have success in running the dang football in this game. None. Bold prediction. Josh Jacobs, for the first time this season, will run the ball for over 100 yards. He has not ran the ball for over 100 yards yet in any single game. Closest he got was the Bengals with 93 yards on the ground. He will have 100 yards in this game. He will have over 150 yards. I'd say maybe around 160 yards total from the line of scrimmage. That includes passing and rushing. But I got it. It all starts up front. If that offensive line is going to fold and not win their one-on-ones, not win their blocking assignments, continue to allow pressure and and not open up any running lanes for Josh Jacobs, it's going to be another grinded out, slow it out game. I got to see them attack it on the field. I want to see this offense be aggressive. It is time. It is time. I want to see complimentary football. I've seen this phrase being thrown out all week. A get-right game for Green Bay. I don't know if I'm there yet for a get-right game. I understand why people are throwing that out there. I understand that. I mean, we want to see 4 quarters. We want to see complimentary football. We want to see the offense dishing it out, scoring a bunch of points, and the defense shutting it down. No stupid stuff happening on special teams. I get it. But for me, I guess I have a little bit higher expectations, and I want a get-right game to be up against a playoff caliber team. Maybe that's a little too harsh in that, but that's where I'm at. But I get it. I understand it, why you're seeing a lot of people throw that out there. But that's strictly what I want to see. Aggressive offense, successful offense, aggressive defense, manufacturing turnovers, getting off the field on third down, putting pressure on Winston, not allowing him to gain confidence throughout the football game, sucking out that momentum and energy that the Giants are initially going to have. Take it away. Take it away. Be the alpha dog in this game. Because you haven't been the last couple weeks. Get back to being the alpha dog. Players that got to have a game. Let's make some picks. We got to take a quick break, though. We'll be back after these few words. Put this on your calendars. December 23rd, our Festivus show live from VFW Post 305, located on Star Avenue. So maybe you got the day off because it's just a couple days away from Christmas and such. Hang out with us. We're going to have some more stuff to announce, some stuff for listeners and all that fun stuff. So, but put it on your calendars right now, December 23rd, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We're going to be doing the program. Brandon and I will be over there. Again, we'll have the feats of strength, the wing contest. So if you're interested in participating, you let me know. We'll put you on the list. You got to be there, though. Okay, we'll probably do it around, maybe like 9 o'clock that day or something. How about that? Because we were only 6 to 9 last year, so maybe we'll do it around 9 o'clock for this time. But December 23rd, our annual Festivus show. We've got the metal pole and the feats of strength, all that good stuff. Airing of grievances. Oh, yeah, always a good time. Looking forward to it. It's going to be coming up here a little over a month. So the players, well, first of all, we got Zach hanging out on the YouTube stream this morning. What up, Zach? Zach says, morning, Dan. Happy Friday. This game makes me a bit nervous. I think the defense will hold their own, but I would like to see this offense dominate and come out hot. No more slow starts. Keys to victory, the O-line needs to have a game and dominate the line of scrimmage. Players that got to have a game for me. Completely agree with the offensive line. It starts there. 100% it starts there. But that's the easy one in my opinion, and it's the right one. But if I go a different route, I'm going to go Josh Jacobs. I'm going to go Josh Jacobs. Like I said, my bold prediction, I think he rushes for over 100 yards for the first time this year. Over 150 yards, 160 yards total from the scrimmage, from line scrimmage. So that's where I'm at. Josh Jacobs got to have a game. You're going up against a porous run defense. Let's dominate on the ground. That's my offensive player that's got to have a game. My defensive player that's got to have a game. I could go a couple different routes here. I could go with a guy like Micah Parsons to get after Jameis Winston. I could go with Xavier McKinney coming away with some picks. Honestly, those are the two guys I'm kind of at right now. Maybe even a little Evan Williams. But I am going to go with Micah Parsons. I want to see him continue to play at a high level, but just wreck this game and just get after it and take away any confidence that Winston may come in with right away. Just rip it away. Rip it away right away. Take it away from him. Snatch it. That's what I want. So, Josh Jacobs, Micah Parsons are my picks for players who have got to have a game. You know, all the talk, too, and about interim head coach with the Giants, kind of on the job, maybe on the job interview sort of thing. Mike has been interviewed for head coaching jobs for the last couple of years and such. So maybe I'm sure he can downplay it, but let's be real. He's thinking, hey, this is a chance for me to maybe win the job full time, depending on how the team performs and such. So I'm sure that's a factor. It is a factor. You could, again, downplay it and such. But is this also a possibility? Or is it also kind of crossed the mind of one Jeff Hafley? Hafley's going to have a ton of family there. He said he bought 30 tickets for the game for his family. He's from Jersey. His family's in Jersey right now. So there is a lot of speculation and thoughts whether Hafley could be the eventual head coach for the New York Giants. And if he goes out there and this defense just wreaks havoc against this Giants team, that might be something the Giants don't forget. I mean, they're probably already kind of, I would imagine, they're eyeing them up, especially after the defense slowing down the Eagles this past week. Hafley's kind of downplayed it and such. He said that his family's been paying more attention to it than he has, which maybe so, but it's crossed his mind. And I think it's going to be sooner rather than later. Jeff Hafley will have a head coaching job somewhere. Some Packers fans are probably hoping that it's going to be with Green Bay. But if you have never listened to a Jeff Hafley presser, you could get a glimpse of why these players love playing for him. You know, Matt Schneidman had a piece up where he talked to some of the defense players like a Micah Parsons and them just singing glowingly about Jeff Hafley. And I thought it was a fantastic question from Jason Wilde. When he asked him yesterday, you know, there was a couple games where guys weren't playing up to their standard on the defensive side. It's the offense struggling. So Wilde had asked him how he approached getting his guys to turn things around. And I thought it was such a great answer. And I love listening and watching to Hafley's pressers. And you can do that. Just go to Packers.com. But I want to play this audio courtesy from Packers.com because I think this is a future head coach. And it's going to be a future head coach probably sooner rather than later.
The way you want them to on your side of the football, what's the key to turning things around?
Consistency and hard work. When I've come in here and I knew there were going to be hard questions, I haven't changed how I approached answering them or talking to you, or my mood doesn't change. And this, yeah, I'm with you. We just played a really good game against the Eagles, right? We have a lot more football left to play. We're going to play a lot of football. All right, I'm confident of that. Regardless of what happens next week, the week after, I'm not going to change how I am around you. I'm not going to change how I am around the players. I'm going to be the same guy. I'm going to demand. I'm going to be upbeat. I'm going to be consistent, right? Now, if I need to make changes and adapt and evolve like I've talked to you about, then I need to do that. I mean, that's our job, right? And that's what we've tried to do. And if we need to figure out how to put players into better situations to make plays and switch things up, then we need to do that. But like, all joking aside, it's not going to change how I act, how I walk around, how I talk, how I coach, and how I treat these players. Confidence and belief and consistency, I think, are really, really crucial in this whole thing, and that's not going to change with me. And I think that goes back again to my time as a head coach when I've seen both ends of this, that's the key. I mean, that's how our players have to react. And watch, I got confidence that our offense is going to go out, and this is no disrespect to the Giants, and we're going to score a lot of points. I mean, that's one of the best head coaches in all of the NFL and one of the best play callers, who I still hate going against in 2 minutes like we do today, because he's really hard to defend. And they're going to get going. I mean, 2 weeks ago, we were talking about what we did against the Pittsburgh Steelers on offense. So we're going to be okay. But I'm not changing how I am, so you can't bring me down today. Or tomorrow.
There you go. So Jeff Hafley, again, Packers defensive coordinator, our audio courtesy from Packers.com. But if you haven't watched, listened, I mean, you learn. You learn a lot of stuff from listening to Hafley. I mean, that guy can handle a mic and handle questions from media. So if he is going to be the future head coach of the New York Giants with that media market and such, sure seems like he can hold his own up there. But I hope it doesn't happen, and I hope he's with Green Bay for a while yet here. So, all right, let's take our final break for this first hour. Send me your vibes. Hi, are you a little bit nervous, though, heading into this game? You're a Packers fan. Are you a little bit nervous heading into this game because of how the Packers are playing, but also do you factor in the head coaching change and quarterback change with the Giants? It's on the road. Does that make you a little bit nervous? And it's also possible, very possible, that even after this week, Green Bay could be back in the first place in the division. I'll tell you how. Coming up after these quick words. Week from today, we're going to be doing the show again from our friends at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire as you get set to hit the road for deer camp. Stop by Hy-Vee, grab some snacks, grab some food, do your shopping for deer camp, grab yourself some man cave lights to take up to deer camp as well. Plus, we're going to be taking collections for helping our families and people in our community to make sure that they have a good Thanksgiving. So that'll be happening our next Friday, a week from today, from Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, doing the whole program there, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We'll be located right behind the old bar where they used to have the bar up there. So that's where we were for Tuesday's program for the Veterans Day breakfast. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about this game. I mean, call me a nervous Nelly or whatever, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Okay? That's the truth. And it's because of what we have seen from Green Bay these past couple of weeks, or even some other games throughout this season, playing a little bit down to the competition, but also factoring in the interim head coach, different quarterback that teammates love. Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Of course I am. That's why I just want this game to, Green Bay coming in hot and just putting up a boatload of points in the first half. Because I could tell you Sunday morning when I wake up and it's a noon kickoff and we're getting closer, I'll be nervous. And once that game starts and it's kickoff and they're off to a little bit of a slow start, I'm really going to be nervous and I might be a little bit upset and a little bit annoyed. So no question am I a little bit nervous heading into this one. And I think if you're a fan, majority probably feel the same way. Maybe some are just uber confident in this thing, which is great. But yeah, I'm definitely a little bit nervous. But it's a heck of an opportunity, though, too, for Green Bay to bounce back and put themselves back into first place in the division. Not that they should be doing any scoreboard watching, but we can, as fans, we can do a little bit of scoreboard watching. But Green Bay taking on Minnesota. You have Chicago visiting the Vikings. Sorry, Packers fans, but you probably want to cheer for the Vikings in this one. Give Chicago their fourth loss of the season. Drop them down to 6-4. Chicago's ahead of you in the standings. So you got to root for Minnesota in this one. And then a fantastic matchup for Sunday Night Football, Detroit visiting the Eagles. Philly wins. Detroit gets their fourth loss of the season. Detroit loses. Chicago loses. Green Bay wins. Green Bay's back into first place in the division. That's what you kind of have to hope for, cheer for this weekend if you're doing a little bit of scoreboard watching. Green Bay can't do that. No. They don't have the luxury to do that. They got to take care of their own business, and they got to focus on themselves. That's what they got to do. Take care of yourself. You still control your destiny because of all the division games that they play and where the standings are and the records are in this division. They still could control a lot. And as we know, this stretch run here is incredibly difficult for Green Bay. And the Giants game, I think, has, with the changes that the Giants have done, makes this stretch run a little bit more difficult for Green Bay, because maybe we were looking at this matchup here not that long ago and saying, all right, that's their easiest game. But right now, it's like you factor in some of the other stuff. Because next week, you got Minnesota, short week then, Thanksgiving at the Lions, Bears, Broncos, Bears, Ravens, Vikings. That's a tough schedule. You're talking about, after the Giants, all playoff caliber teams. All teams competing for a playoff spot. So, but there's an opportunity. You got to take it week by week. Got to take it game by game. Focus on the now. You can't. Don't worry about the past anymore. You can't go back and like, golly, I can't believe we lost to Carolina or Cleveland. And man, if we would have won that, we would have been here. Got to erase it. Gotta just knock it off now. Take it 1 week at a time. You're in a dogfight in this division. You're in a dogfight within this conference. You have got to take it game by game approach. Focus on the now, not the future, not dwelling on the past. You have to focus on the now. And that now starts with the Giants. Take care of your business. Get in there, go into the Meadowlands and get that victory. Then after that, you focus on Minnesota. You got to go straight up business approach now. If you're not hyper-focused, if you're a player on this team, if you're a coach on this team and you are not hyper-focused now going forward, we're in a little bit of trouble. Got to do game-by-game approach, opponent by opponent. It's a must. You don't have any wiggle room. You don't have any room for error going forward. It's going to take everybody on this ball club. Coaching, players, et cetera, et cetera. Matt LaFleur, here you go, man. Embrace the challenge. Pressure is a privilege. You, dude, are under some serious pressure, whether it's maybe a little over-exaggerated in some circles or not. You're under pressure. The spotlight is clearly on you, and not in a good way. Well, right now, you have an opportunity to shut up some of the people that are questioning you. We're humans. We love to prove people wrong. When people doubt us, when people say negative things about us, we love that opportunity to go prove people wrong. And if I'm Matt LaFleur, I'm embracing that, and I'm using that, and I want to prove some people wrong. Go do it. Go do it. I know it's easier said than done, but here you go. You have a chance. Go shut some people up. Get your team to buy in. It starts with you. Lead this ball club. Get things turned around. And let's go and let's win this thing. Go prove some people wrong. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off here. We're going to catch up with Dr. Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, coming up here just past the top of the hour. After that, we'll catch up with Mr. Brandon Berg. Lots to talk about with him, from the local sports roundup to we'll throw some baseball chats in there too, with the award season kind of wrapping up. MVPs, Matt Arnold, first ever to get two-time executive back-to-back year award. Brewers collecting some more hardware and such. So lots to still get to here this morning. 1 hour in. We got 3 more to go. Stick around. We'll be back after these news updates for a little Inside the Training Room. Second hour, kick it off right now on this Friday morning. Big thanks for making us a part of your start, wherever, however you're listening to us. We're going to do some local sports roundup coming up a little bit later on, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Brandon Berg will be joining us. We've got high school football, 8-player championship tomorrow. A lot of other local teams still alive for 11-player football. Those games will be at it tonight. We've got some blue gold stuff to hit up as well. We're going to talk some baseball. Award season kind of wrapping up. The Brewers continuing to add some more hardware. We'll hit that. We got Bucks back in action tonight for Game 2 of the NBA Cup. But we kick off this hour with our doc, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, joining us here this morning. How you doing, man? Good morning.
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Not bad, bud. Not bad. Let's start off with Elton Jenkins, Packers offensive lineman center. Last week, Monday night, looked like he got rolled up on behind. We've seen that with offensive linemen, right? I think that's got to be one of the offensive linemen's worst nightmares, getting rolled up on behind their leg in that.
Yep.
And limped off the field and ended up being a fracture, I believe, to the fibula. And it sounds like his season is done. So when you hear, is that kind of accurate with about 8 weeks left of the season with a fractured fibula, lower part of that his season probably would be over with?
Yeah, so they announced there was a fracture in addition there was ligament injury. So that either means in addition to the fibula fracture, he either tore the deltoid ligament on the inner part of the ankle or potentially the syndesmosis, which is also known as the high ankle. With that combination, it's surgical for sure, which they've already announced. With surgery, yeah, it'll be 6 weeks before they allow him to really significantly weight bear in a full capacity, and then you got to ramp back up. So you'd be looking at return to sport at really 12 to 14 weeks at the earliest, and even then it'll be limited. So yeah, no question about the season is done for him.
Now with his position, obviously he's a bigger guy, right? Offensive lineman and such, and weight bearing. Does that factor into recovery time because of the position that maybe he plays? And let's be honest, he's a bigger guy than a lot of people too.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, he's a big fella. I would say, honestly, he'll have a pretty standard return. A lot of times it's actually more the skill positions that are doing a lot of cutting and pivoting. They'll notice that little bit of stiffness more so. A lot of times the interior linemen, if you look at their legs, almost universally they'll have knee braces on, and then both ankles will be braced and taped. So those guys are walking around with relatively stiff legs from the get-go. Why? Well, because they get rolled up on. That's just the nature of the beast. And it's an interesting fact. A really common injury for linemen are knee injuries. And those braces have been proven to decrease the risk of knee injury. Unfortunately, there's an uptick in ankle injuries because when they get rolled up on like that, the force doesn't go through the knee. It's got to go somewhere, right? A human body's rolling on their leg. That often gets distributed down to the ankle, and so you do see a little uptick in ankle injury. So it's just part of working in the trenches down there. Those guys just tend to get dinged up with those type of injuries. So it's unfortunate to see something like this. The good news is generally people do respond in the long run to this surgery. They tend to get back to full or close to full, but it's a setback. There's a window where he's not going to be able to lift weights and stay as strong as he was, and so there's a little bit of a step backwards. But with where he's at in his career, he's still young and healthy enough. I expect him to bounce back fully, but it'll be something that does certainly take time.
Travis Hunter, the rookie wide receiver / corner for the Jaguars, he had been missing some time and initially was going to be maybe out for 4 weeks, but now he has undergone surgery for an LCL surgery. And I was reading a little bit about it before, and it was a non-contact injury I guess he had in practice. And when you hear non-contact and knee, you think ACL. Is that still kind of common with an LCL non-contact injury? And, to be out for the rest of the year after an LCL surgery, is that fairly common for that time frame?
Yeah, so to answer your question, collateral ligaments, so the MCL and then the LCL, those are generally not non-contact. So that is very atypical, truthfully. And so when you see an athlete have a non-contact, you definitely worry about the cruciate ligament, specifically the ACL, although occasionally you can injure the PCL in a similar fashion, but 9 times out of 10, if not more, it's the ACL. So that is definitely atypical. So, you almost wonder if he had a little bit of a pre-existing injury to that knee or something, because that is just a weird way to do it. Now, if you talk about timelines, yeah, any significant knee reconstruction, and the LCL is no different. You're going to be looking at, 6 weeks of limited weight bearing, He'll have to be in some version of a brace for at least probably 10 to 12 weeks. You look at getting back to sport between 6 and 9 months. So yeah, this is going to be without a doubt, not only is it going to affect the season, it'll affect part of his off season as well. So I will say, I mean, we do see injuries to LCL. Generally, we clump it in together with what we call the posterolateral corner, which is actually a couple structures, but the LCL is one of the big ones. If you look at, that injury, it is much more common to be a contact, and usually it's part of a high-grade injury. I mean, do we see isolated ones occasionally, but a majority of the time you're doing a posterolateral corner reconstruction in addition to an ACL or PCL. So it is a little bit different, but hopefully that's all that it is, and he doesn't have any other associated injuries. It doesn't sound like they've mentioned anything else that I've seen, but hopefully that's it, and he can bounce back fully.
Yeah, I think I read that it was an isolated injury or isolated incident or something like that too. So kind of, it kind of came out of nowhere. It feels like too with Travis.
Yeah. Well, for sure. It was just kind of like, oh yeah, he's a little injured, a little bit of time healing up, and all of a sudden it's like, bam, he's having season-ending surgery. So, and certainly again, the mechanism is, I mean, I'm not sure if I've ever taken care of a non-contact LCL or MCL. I mean, they almost always do. You get hit either, of course, on the inside or outside. When you hit the inside, then the leg buckles out. So that's when you injure the LCL. And when you hit from the outside and the knee buckles in, that's when you injure the MCL. That's virtually always how it happens. So it is definitely a head scratcher.
Joe Burrow returned to practice. I mean, I feel like he's been a guy that we've talked quite a bit about the last couple of years and such, whether it's been a wrist injury. And, earlier this year, he had the turf toe surgery, and the Bengals deciding to open up his 21-day practice window, which from what I was reading from some people, I don't know if this is accurate, but maybe a little ahead of schedule than what they initially thought coming back from that type of surgery and that type of injury. Would you agree with that this is maybe a little bit of a ahead of schedule for Joe Burrow to get back on that practice field?
Yeah, I would. I mean, it's a tough surgery to recover from. I mean, it's, again, just a real quick cover on turf toe. It's, you injure what we call the plantar plate. So it's the bottom thick ligament that kind of holds your big toe in place. And we've said it a dozen times. I'll say it again. It doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is. It really affects the athlete's ability to push off and move. And so, I mean, he's not the world's most mobile quarterback, but he is semi. But even to throw, I mean, you have to push off and get your legs into your throw. So no question about it, it's a big injury for a quarterback. And so to have that surgery, generally they're going to be putting a couple anchors in the bone to tack that back down. So for him already to be getting back out there, I'm sure it's in a very limited fashion, but still, that is ahead of schedule without a doubt. No question they're going to have him play with probably either a metal or carbon fiber, we call them shanks, or inserts in the shoe to help protect that toe. But even so, it is, if he's sniffing the field in the next handful of weeks, I would say that's considered a huge win for him. And he's already proved resilient. I mean, last year he had that wrist injury, which was a very significant, scapholinate ligament injury to the wrist. That's something that a lot of people do not come back from. So for him to come back from that and now this, I mean, he's just proven to be a tough guy. I mean, obviously you get worried about guys getting multiple injuries like this, but he keeps bouncing back, it seems like.
Right. No kidding. Brandon Ayuk, I mean, the 49ers are very coy about this, and they were asked the other day about, hey, is he going to maybe have a redshirt type of year and essentially not play? He's still recovering from ACL, MCL surgery from November, so we're a little over a year at this point. So when you hear stuff like that, my mind all of a sudden goes to David Bakhtiari. Is there fluid? Is there cartilage issues and that sort of stuff? Because, I mean, Christian Watson's already back, and he had his surgery after Brandon Ayuk. And I know you have been a guy that says everybody heals differently and such. But, I mean, we're at this point. Does it almost sound like there's something else kind of going on with Brandon Ayuk right now?
I mean, I would say potentially. So to your point, yes, every knee injury is different. And we knew he was a multiple ligament knee. So there is a really big difference between a standalone ACL and an ACL with another ligament. So ACL with an MCL or ACL with a posterolateral corner. The recovery timelines, although on paper are relatively similar, we know the athlete's ability to bounce back is definitely more, it's just drawn out and takes longer to get all the way back. Whenever we do surgeries on the side of the knee, so the MCL or LCL, that tends to lead to a little more stiffness, which can delay recovery as well. But yes, I mean, I think the $1 million question is, what were the associated injuries inside of the knee beyond the ligaments? and you could be talking about a real severe meniscus injury or, heaven forbid, a significant cartilage injury. And that's when you start getting into like, all right, are we going to have a knee that's going to become problematic for a longer duration of time? They certainly haven't said that out loud, but you start wondering at a year plus. But I mean, of course, every athlete who gets injured is always like, I want to get back as fast as possible. And we understand that, when we're treating them, that's our goal too. But at the same token, if you go back too fast, you really can increase the risk of injury, re-injury. And so that's the balancing act. And so his team doc may be saying, look, you still have some quad weakness, or you still have a little bit of difficulty controlling, your hips. And so your knees falling in when you jump and land. I mean, there may be things that they see on exercise and therapy that just put them at higher risk for return. And the last thing you want to do is get him back out there and re-tear the ACL and doing this all over again. So there's a bunch of different possibilities. Admittedly, none of them are good. I mean, for him not to be back, there's something that's slowing him down. Could it be as simple as a little stiffness, weakness, swelling? Sure. Could it be a bigger injury that's going to be a problem down the road? Also possible. Obviously, we have to see how it plays out. But yeah, it raises your eyebrows a bit.
I got to go back to Christian Watson, because there was a quote he said after practice yesterday, because he was limited in practice with a hamstring. But he told reporters, he's like, he's fine, he's good to go. They're just being cautious. And he said he told the team doctors, I like to be football sore, just not ACL sore. When you hear something like that, I mean, is that a real thing, ACL sore? Because when I hear ACL sore, I get nervous, because this is a guy who's still recovering from ACL surgery.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he's being a little tongue-in-cheek about like injured sore, like an actual injury maybe. I don't, hard to say for sure. I mean, anyone who's played football or any, sport that has contact, when you play a game, you played a game, right? I mean, you're going to have those aches and pains, and I think he's alluding to that. Perhaps, maybe he's referring specifically to something around the knee. Usually by now, if he's back playing, I mean, we wouldn't clear a guy. If they come into clinic and they're like, yeah, no, I feel good when I run, my knee hurts really bad, we're like, you're not ready to go back to play. So I hope he's not having a lot of knee symptoms per se. So my guess is he's being a little bit coy and just saying, look, I don't mind having pain. I just don't want the pain of a torn ACL again. But I guess hard to say for sure.
Right. Yeah, no kidding. So we got, I saw Landon Jackson. He's a Bills rookie too. He tore his MCL and PCL. Now, it's not the ACL, but it's a PCL there too. So, I mean, what's that? Is that a similar recovery to maybe like an ACL, even though there is no ACL involved in that?
Yeah, so the PCL, honestly, PCL reconstructions are a little more variable than ACL. They don't tend to turn out quite as well as ACLs. Now, the one thing is the PCL is technically an extra-articular ligament. Why does that matter? Well, it can heal itself. So when people have PCL injuries in conjunction with a collateral as well, so MCL or LCL, there are times we can brace them and rehab them. If they're high enough grade and the athlete's is not responding, then we do reconstructions. I mean, I can tell you, I mean, I reconstruct both of those ligaments fairly routinely. I would rather it be an ACL. I mean, the predictability, the long-term recovery is just more predictable with an ACL than it is with a PCL injury. And then, of course, like I mentioned before, there's a big difference between a single ligament and multiple ligaments. And whenever you have more than one ligament, it absolutely makes the recovery much more rocky. And then again, duration can be a variable as well. So did he end up having surgery, or are they talking non-op? Do you know? I didn't see
I did not see that. Yeah, I did not see that yet. So I'm not
yeah,
sure.
I mean, hopefully, initially, so if an athlete comes in to me with an MCL, PCL, we'll definitely consider trying conservative care out the get-go. And just, it depends on the MRI, of course, but you'll talk to them about, hey, we might be able to brace this knee. Now, it's still going to be a significant, I mean, we're talking months and months. I mean, likely season ending anyway, if it's high grade, but you may be able to get away with conservative care because that ligament has the ability to heal. ACL does not. So once the ACL tears, it essentially has very limited ability to heal itself. So that's why so many people tear their ACL and basically right away are getting reconstructions performed.
Interesting. He's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Dude, appreciate the time as always, man. Enjoy the rest of the week. Enjoy maybe a nice weather today if you can, before it gets really cold and such. So, but we'll chat with you again soon. Okay, sir?
Absolutely. Have a good one.
You too. There you go. There's Dr. Austin Crowe, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Let's take a quick break, and we'll get Mr. Brandon Berg. He'll be joining us coming up after these quick words. Big thanks again to Dr. Austin Crow for hanging out with us every Friday morning. Reminder, if you ever miss any of those segments, they are available in podcast form on the Man Cave podcast, part of our local sports roundup. So we've got Mr. Berg in studio before he heads off to Rapids tomorrow for state's 8-player state championship game.
Right.
So.
Well, the way you introduced me, I thought you were going to have me leave right now.
No, not
Before
yet,
he leaves
not
in 10 minutes.
Yeah, get out of here.
All right, well, let's see how it is.
Start walking to Rapids. So, yeah, it'd be a scenic walk at least a little bit after you get off the highway. And
Right.
you know,
I feel like it'd be a lot of Highway 12 and Highway 10.
yeah, yep. So, how you doing, sir?
Good, how are you?
Not bad. So, plenty of football chat coming up here, but I should note we got baseball award season going on. I can't believe this is I saw the Brewers post this, Brandon. Matt Arnold's the first executive to win the award, executive of the year twice. That surprised me. Now, I don't know if it's the first. Maybe they met first back to back. I'll have to double check that. But yeah, on their Facebook, first ever executive, multiple executive winner. So
Right, and I think sometimes that's similar to like the manager of the year, where generally the person that wins it is someone who maybe exceeded the expectations the most.
Yeah.
And, you know, obviously the Brewers, I think, in back-to-back years kind of did that in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean,
Yep.
the hunt for 3 in a row, I think, will be pretty tough for either of them.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's actually a little surprising.
Yeah, it says the first ever to win multiple executive of the year awards. So that really surprises me.
Well, he got a promotion at the beginning of the offseason. There's probably a reason why.
He did. Is Pat Murphy going to get a promotion, though, too, to maybe a little pay raise and such? But
I mean, he's entering his final year next year. I mean, I'm sure that'll be a topic of discussion, I'm sure, in the offseason.
I would hope so at this point. So, especially since they're not going to have a bench coach or associate manager.
Well,
for next
and
year.
as long as he would
Wants to keep doing it, yeah.
want to do it beyond that.
Right, exactly. But I don't think really any surprises from this award season, this award week, if you will. I mean, Paul Skeens, Scooble getting Cy Youngs, the MVPs. I still would have voted for Cal, just me personally.
I think I would have too, but I mean, that was one of those where there were 2 really good, contenders at the top, and inevitably, obviously, someone was gonna, kind of get the short end of that, and unfortunately, it was the big dumper.
Yep. So, and I do like that they started this, was it a couple or a few years ago, the all MLB teams now too, which Peralta and Terang made all second MLB team last night. It was announced as well, which, again, I don't think everybody's got like too big of a bone to pick with that. No. So, I mean, maybe if Terang would have won Gold Glove at second, he would have been all. I don't know,
yeah.
but still,
but either way, I mean, look, if you go back to the start of the year and you would say Bryce Terang would be in that spot, I don't think you'd have very many Brewers fans that were disappointed.
Right. Or Freddie in that spot too.
Even Peralta, for that matter, given he was going to be the unquestioned leader at the top.
Mm-hmm. So, a lot of, I don't know if you had a chance, I was talking about it a little bit earlier this week from, I think it was Ken Rosenthal and Will Salmon kind of had a piece, because GM meetings were going on in Vegas this week, and one of the notes was about Brandon Woodruff and kind of like what's the game plan here. And as they noted too, with the Brewers willing to put that qualifying offer out there and that money and such, maybe that's a sign for other teams to say, hey, the Brewers think he's healthy enough that maybe we'll make a run at him in this offseason. Now, obviously Matt Arnold also said that we want him, he's a Brewer and such, but that to me is going to be something fascinating to watch when it comes to the Brandon Woodruff decision this offseason.
Right, because it is, I mean, it's kind of, to me, it's the first big one as far as the Brewers go, because if he comes back, if he accepts the offer or they're reaching an extension, whatever, then I don't think you see much else movement out as far as the rotation.
Right.
Assuming, I mean, and I've been on the assumption all along, I think Freddie Peralta will be around next year. So, and
I want to get to that here and after this.
So, those 2 at the top, and then you kind of, go with the younger guys behind that. I think that would probably be the plan.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's kind of the first domino, I think.
Yep. And then the Freddie one, which we had Bob Nightingale, I think it was late last week or maybe earlier this week, and his write-up say Brewers aren't shopping him. And then you had comments from Matt Arnold, which it kind of in some ways said, well, maybe they're open. I get the sense, though, Brandon, that they're not shopping him. But if somebody's willing to call and offer something, Matt Arnold will listen, but it doesn't mean he's actively shopping the guy.
Right, and that's why I think just in general in trade talks, I'm always of the belief of like, well, you can always listen.
Right.
You never know what someone's going to offer until you let them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and yeah, I wouldn't be in a big hurry to move Freddie Peralta, but if a team, made an offer where they thought, okay, this is maybe the move that gets us over the top, like, and we will present an offer that reflects that, like,
right.
Okay.
Right.
Then you have to listen.
Right.
But I would not be in a particular hurry to do it.
Yeah, and I almost wonder, was that kind of the Corbin Burns one where they weren't in a hurry? He it's right before spring training happened, right?
Right.
And I get the sense that, hey, I'm not going to be the one making the phone calls. If you want to call me, sure, and we'll see. Not guaranteeing anything, sort of thing. Call me maybe, sort of thing. Carly Rae Jepsen.
I was gonna say it seems very high school there.
Yeah,
maybe back in the day. I don't know if kids are calling these days, but. But it's just a matter of like, I can't call, you have to call me kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, you kind of understand why.
Right. Yep. I mean, $8 million, Brewers would have.
That's something even the Brewers can afford.
Yeah.
That's a big part of this is if you just let it play out, versus I think, Corbin Burns in his last year arbitration was making a little more than $15 million.
Yes.
So it's almost double.
Right.
Like that's a big difference.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, did we talk about the Contreras option? Was that after we were done?
I forget. I don't remember if we did, but I mean, it's.
I'm not surprised either.
No, I mean it's kind of to me it's a big nothing. I mean, this is kind of basically one of two things were going to happen, and both of them involved with him still being in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, arbitration is such a double-edged sword. I feel like in a lot of instances.
And it can be. I understand how it can be confusing to fans sometimes
mm-hmm.
because you hear, they declined his option. Well, wait, they're letting. No, it's like no. If you in his case. Even though they declined his option, they still had team control. So then they could decline his option with the idea of going to arbitration or settling beforehand, kind of thing. So
yeah, and it's one of those like, do feelings get hurt? And it's such a weird process that I think we really found out more about it with the Corbin Burns one, where it's like,
and that was probably also an example of maybe not the best handled in either way,
right? Because you got a team that's saying, well, we want him. But he kind of didn't do this well, so you're trying to get the lower. And it's like
you're arbitrary. You're literally each you present a number of what you want to pay, and then you explain why.
Right.
And both those teams are in those hearings. So in that hearing, Corbin Burns heard the Brewers say, "Hey, we value this guy, but at the same time, we value him less than his camp values him because X, Y, and Z," and then you have to kind of hear those things.
Right, exactly. So it's a very weird. I'm surprised more teams go through it. Well, sometimes we see the deadlines, right, where a team agrees to a 1-year deal before arbitration,
right,
and such.
You just avoid it, you just realize, and that's generally what happens.
Mm-hmm.
And
it could happen with Contreras.
It's true. Yeah, I mean, it can happen anytime. At any point, you could just say, the Brewers and William Contreras avoid arbitration on a 1-year, $11 million, whatever it would be. I don't know. But,
because I'm sure some fans were like, wait a minute, they didn't pick up his option. Why are they getting rid of him? Well, no,
they're not.
Yeah, they're not.
And, I mean, before you kind of look at that and say, well, they're just doing that to be cheap, it's like the Red Sox did the exact same thing with, I think, Johan Duran.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's not, or Jared Duran, sorry, the outfielder.
Oh, yep.
So it's not like, this is kind of something that happens. It's not like this is the Brewers just doing it. If the Red Sox are even doing it, it's like, well, it's probably more along the lines of this is just kind of one of the operating procedures.
Right.
Things that teams will do.
Right. So, but yeah, it's that time of year. We're getting close. December's really that's the winter league meetings, I think.
Yeah.
So that's when a lot of stuff happens.
I think it's the second weekend maybe in December, but that's where a lot of the, not just the talking goes, but honestly, a lot of times it's the framework for trades and stuff where two teams will talk at the meeting and maybe they'll circle back in a week or two and they'll kind of have the framework of, we know, this is what this team is looking for and, we're interested in player X and that kind of stuff.
Right. So, all right, we got to take a quick break, y'all. We'll do that. We got some hoops chat as well as the Bucks are back in action tonight. Packers fans, you can continue to send me your predictions, your vibes, your players who got to have a game, your predictions, your keys to victory, your key matchups, all that fun stuff. Quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. If you're in the need for some new flooring, whether it's some new carpets, some luxury vinyl planks, Rigid Max flooring, tile, whatever the case may be, our good friends at Carpet City Flooring Center, they can be the hookup for you. Looking at our wax and our Wisdom Studios too, it's not just like they roll out the carpet, it's like carpet, like squares. So it's actually kind of cool. So you can kind of replace it and all that sort of stuff. So it's actually really cool looking in there. So, but you could go visit our friends at Carpet City Flooring Center, 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire, if you're in the need for some flooring upgrades in your space, whether it's the man cave, the bedroom, bathroom, living room, whatever the case may be, they can help you out. So again, that address to go visit them, 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. And we'll do our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports roundup coming up just a little bit later on. Bucks are back at action tonight as a rematch against the Hornets, game 2 of the NBA Cup, with the big question being, can Darvin Ham go 16-0 in NBA Cup games as coach and such, winning it with the Lakers and now obviously with an assistant with the Bucks. So got to keep the streak alive right now. But Ryan Rollins, man, continues to just be probably, if he's not, one of the biggest surprises in the NBA overall, not just Bucks, but NBA overall this year. And even Kyle Kuzma has been playing a little bit better as of late. Do you think they finally found that role, that niche for Kuzma to better help this ball club?
I think so. I mean, he's been coming off the bench. I think a lot of it for him is maybe just getting kind of him in that mind space where he knows, like, he doesn't have to be the guy or like even the second guy necessarily, because that was, when he was in like Washington, he kind of did just because there's really not much else there.
Right.
But now it's like, you just you can kind of work with them and just say, hey, this is the role you got. This is an important role, but it's maybe a little bit different than you've had to deal with in recent years. So it's been very nice to see, to be honest. Like,
right.
This is kind of what this team needs at this point.
Feels like it's almost coming at a cost, too, of Bobby Portis's production a little bit. But, I mean, it is what it is at this point, I guess. But I think they had to try to figure out something to get maybe more confidence involved with Kyle Kuzma, or just finding that role where, like you said, okay, now we know it. He knows it. And maybe he could just go out there and play ball. Right. Essentially. Miles Turner is putting together. I know for some people it's like, a slower start offensively. He's starting to kind of put it together here and such. But, that Hornets game, that first one earlier in the week on Tuesday, was it Wednesday? Earlier this week. No Giannis in that game. Was that an example of why maybe this team still needs that legitimate, consistent Robin to Giannis's Batman?
Be. I mean, it's kind of hit or miss, because obviously when they played the Warriors, they didn't have Giannis and they still won. So it's
right.
Now you're playing, I think we would fairly say was not as good of a team as the Golden State Warriors, and they lost. So, I mean, it would be nice to see that develop, but I don't know if what happened in that first Hornets game is necessarily kind of an indictment on, this is what is absolutely needed. It's just like, well, that's something that's just going to have to happen over the course of the year.
Right. So, but back to Ryan Rollins. I mean, what he has been able to do, and at the beginning of or early parts of the offseason, there was some talk about, hey, Ryan Rollins might be a guy, one of the first guys coming off the bench, and his minutes this year might really jump up. And then Kevin Porter Jr. gets hurt in the first game. And right now, I don't think you could take Ryan Rollins out of that starting lineup for what he's been able to do for this team.
I don't think so either. I mean, and it's on both ends of the floor. Defensively, he gets his hands on a lot of balls. He's tipping. He's tipping the ball. He's just making it life difficult as a defender.
Right.
And offensively, he's shown the ability to knock down shots and also get to the basket, which is going to be huge in any time, but especially when you're playing alongside Giannis. Those are things that complement what he does very well.
Right. And I get it why some fans are going to have a little apprehension, because where'd he come from? He's not a big name. He's not like, well, okay, is this actually going to continue this way?
Is this legitimate, or is this kind of a Linsanity run for him a little bit?
Yeah.
But I think it's not like someone's just kind of flashing on offense for a few games. Like, he's showing kind of all around value. So that kind of leads me to believe that even if he's not a 25 point guy, which he's probably not, just law of averages, he's still someone that's going to be a productive part of this team.
Right. And I look at this, not to overlook Charlotte tonight by any means, but starting like tomorrow, the Lakers come to Milwaukee. After that, I mean, it's well, starting with the Lakers game, it's kind of an interesting stretch of games coming up here for the Bucks because they've got the Lakers. Then it's at Cleveland, a team that Cleveland swept them last year. Then they beat them already earlier this year. And if you go back to that Knicks game that the Bucks won, you heard Giannis talk about, hey, they swept us last year. You know, you could tell there was just a little bit more juice for that Knicks game. And I got to imagine that's going to be the same for Cleveland.
Well, especially being a divisional game.
Right. And then after Cleveland, it's Philadelphia and then Detroit. So a lot of these are at home. Like tonight's Charlotte's game, home. Lakers, home. Away at Cleveland. Home against Philly. Home against Detroit. I don't know if he's going to be traveling with them or not, but then Portland comes to Milwaukee, so I don't know if Dame's going to be coming with or not. But that Lakers, Cleveland, Philly, Detroit stretch there is an early test for a late November schedule.
A good stretch to just kind of see where you measure up.
Mm-hmm. And then after that, you're at Miami and at New York. So it's a good measuring stick, like you said, to finish off the month of November. Kind of that first, I don't know if it'd be quite the first quarter of the season. It'd be pretty close. But, yeah, I mean, because at what point do we stop saying it's early for the NBA? You know, is it around Christmas?
I think the line of demarcation is usually Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, that's because I think somebody was asking that the other day and such. And I think that's kind of when maybe we kind of know what the team is, who they are.
It's a pretty good idea. And then the trade deadline being a little bit,
like February.
In February, you kind of know, okay, well, this might be where they're looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where they got to improve. They got to add some depth to the spot or such. And right now with Prince being out, maybe that's a position where they kind of look for another wing, three-point shooting wing or such. But he just underwent surgery, I believe, too. So he's going to be out for a while. But, yeah, I'm curious to see how this stretch comes up here for the Bucks as a good measuring stick for Milwaukee. So, but right now the current standings in the NBA, so yeah, we're a little less than a month into the season because Bucks' first game was October 22nd. So we're getting, next week will be about a month in the season. But you got the Pistons still as the only team in the Eastern Conference with double-digit wins. They're 10-2. Then you got the Knicks, 76ers, 7-4, Cleveland 8-5, Atlanta's 8-5, Toronto 7-5, Milwaukee 7-5, Miami is 7-5, Chicago 6-5. So, and then the Magic sitting there at 500, probably a little bit of a slower start than what they imagined, considering of the offseason moves they made. So, West is kind of, I mean, it's Oklahoma 12-1, Denver's 9-2, probably no big surprises. San Antonio though, nice season so far, 8-3. Houston 7-3, Lakers 8-4, and then the Timberwolves sitting there at 7-4. Shout out to the Trailblazers for all the crap that's been going on with them. They actually have a winning record right now too. So I mean they're 6-5, but so not really kind of a easy game I would say when they come to Milwaukee.
Nope. A lot of notable ones.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. We'll take another break here, and we'll wrap up the second hour coming up after these quick words. With the temperatures being as warm as they are going to be today, it may not feel like winter is approaching, but winter will eventually approach here in Wisconsin, and that means you got to get your vehicle ready as well. So you make your appointment today with AJM Automotive, whether it's some new tires, whether it's getting an oil change, maybe you need some engine work done, or maybe you need to get some new brakes. AJM Automotive covers it all. Just give them a call today at 715-835-9523. Again, that number, 715-835-9523. And don't forget, they do offer towing services too if you need to get a tow for whatever reason. So AJM Automotive, located 1919 Brackett Avenue in Eau Claire. Football fans, continue to send us your predictions for your favorite team, your thoughts, your players who got to have a game, keys to victory, key matchups, all that fun stuff. So we'll get back to that coming up here in just a little bit. But Brandon, after last week's game, do you have any confidence in your Wisconsin Badgers now to maybe pick up a win against Indiana?
Not to pick up a win against Indiana, but
are you going to pick up the cover?
I was thinking about that because I saw the line. Wasn't it like 27.5?
I think so, yeah.
So I was thinking like 41-13. I'm like, that's about in that range. But I think just above all else, like, I'm just going to go to the Kevin Malone line. It's just nice to win one.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of how it just felt. It was just like, okay, like, look, the offense really didn't do much. I mean, the leading passer was the punter.
Yeah.
Like, there's still a long way to go. But it was just like, it's just one of those games. It was nice for them to find a way to get one.
That's why I don't fault the fans for
no, that didn't bother me.
And
I think as I've gotten older, I've become less kind of curmudgeon-y when it comes to like when you storm the field or whatever. But like, given the last few years and stuff, I'm like, you know what, that's fine. Like,
yep.
I
agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
I mean, if that's the biggest thing we're worried about, well, then that's a good problem to have, as opposed to if they would have lost by 20.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And you would have been just wishing they would have had an opportunity to
right. Exactly. So
do a field storm. So.
Right. Do you feel confident though that they can maybe win one more in these final three?
Maybe. I mean, Illinois is not. I mean, they're still formidable, but they're not maybe quite as good as they were last year. Mm-hmm. And then Minnesota, who knows? I mean, Minnesota's, and being the end of the year, and that it wouldn't surprise me. But obviously, that offense still has work to do, and now we're going to kind of see. Honestly, we're going to see truly a kind of, I think, the full gambit of what Jeff Grimes kind of wanted out of this offense, given the the running nature of Carter Smith. Mm-hmm. Danny O'Neal, I'm assuming is done for the year.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what it was, but it didn't look good. So it's him, and he's much more of a running quarterback, and that's something they're going to lean into. Mm-hmm. So I want to see how they come out again this week, just because you're coming off that win, and you're going on the road to play the second-ranked team in the country, a very good Indiana team. And I don't think there's many people that are going there and saying, well, they better win. It's just like, well, hang around for a while. Mm-hmm. Don't get your doors blown off. Don't have it be an Iowa game.
Mm-hmm. Right. So I don't want to get overconfident, because after that one win against Northwestern, which it was the signature win so far. Washington, yeah, sorry. The signature win for Luke Fickell.
Right.
Which, yes, it's a top 25 team.
It was, yes.
it a blow of it? No, but
no.
A W is a W.
Right.
I don't want to put a lot into that as like, that means they're going to win 2 out of their final 3, sort of thing. But, I mean, if they hit 5 wins, what was the line at the beginning of the year?
5.5.
Was it 5.5?
It was, because because I think you went just under and I went just over, because I thought they could get to 6.
Okay, so they're at 3. They got to win out for you to get that.
They do. I don't think that's going to happen, but that's right. So, I mean, it's all about perception. Like, if that were, say they lose, I mean, heck, even at this point, say they lose this week, say they lose next week to Illinois, and then they beat Minnesota at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there would be people disappointed.
Oh, yeah.
But I still think you would still have people like, okay, like, at least you feel like there maybe would be a thing, or a few things you can look at going into the offseason and be excited about. Mm-hmm. Although right now, I think it feels like, last week when Chris McIntosh talked about like that additional financial investment, That just might go to Mason Posa and Cooper Catalano at this point to make sure they stay in Madison. And there's no reason to think they wouldn't. But you never know. I mean, given the modern landscape of college football, like that might just go to some NIL funds for those gentlemen because they have been everywhere since they've taken over, at linebacker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. College football, the latest playoff bracket out there. There were some changes, and there's going to be some changes. And I mean, we know that there's 3 weeks left of this season. So Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas, Oklahoma. Or that's the college football playoff rankings, excuse me. So, but going back to Indiana here, can you root for them in the college football playoff?
I know that their coach is pretty brash, but I don't have a problem with them. Like, I mean, look, if you're kind of, I don't say arrogant, but if you're a little cocky, but you're right, then you're just right. Like you're calling your shot, essentially.
He's backing it up, isn't he?
He is, and that's the point. Like it's not like he's doing this and they're going 5-7.
Right.
Like you can talk, but you have to back it up with your team's play on the field. And they are.
Mm-hmm. And I think I think that's an approach that fits a program like Indiana because they've been so irrelevant for a long time.
Right. You inject some life in there.
Mm-hmm.
Where it probably took a little convincing, not for some of those fans that kind of buy into it, just because they haven't had it for a while.
Mm-hmm. It's one thing from last year because it was like, okay, is this just a 1 year sort of wonder, type of thing, and then it's like, but they're doing it again,
right? So,
fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice,
I won't be fooled again.
Yeah, right. So it's like, okay, yeah, have we seen enough so far? I know this second season is not over with, but have we seen enough to say, okay, yeah, he's actually a legit coach. This is a legit program as well while he's there going forward.
Yeah,
I think
so.
I think so. Right? I mean, I don't think I'd still call Indiana a football school over basketball, but right now, who would have thought we'd see that football number 2 in the country and their basketball program is second fiddle.
Right.
For the Hoosiers.
Right.
So it's pretty remarkable the job that he has done. And you kind of wonder, too, it's like he ain't the youngest guy in the world.
No.
A lot of teams might have missed out on potentially hiring him.
Right. I mean, I don't know if it was just the James Madison thing or what, but, I mean, everyone else's loss is Indiana's gain with Kirk Signetti.
Well, I mean, James Madison's coach now is getting talk about maybe potentially getting a promotion elsewhere, but I should say promotion, but a job. Higher profile job, we'll call it that way.
Right.
So, but yeah, kudos to them. And because he's like a little bit of a Nick Saban type of tree, I believe, right? I
think so.
He was at Alabama, I think, for a year coaching under Nick Saban and that too. So, which kind of brings me back to the question. I think we had John ask a question yesterday. Which coaching tree would you rather have? I'll throw it to you because I made my pick yesterday, but I'll see if you pick the same one. Who had the greatest coaching tree in NFL history? Mike Holmgren, Bill Walsh, Bill Parcells, Paul Brown.
I mean, I'm trying to think. I don't know enough offhand. Like,
you want me to educate you?
If you want to. I mean, we've got a couple minutes, but I mean, I'm obviously a little bit more familiar with the Holmgren one just because of obviously the Green Bay connections.
My reasoning why I went with Paul Brown is because Bill Walsh and Mike Holmgren are from the Paul Brown tree.
Gotcha. So technically, their tree is his tree.
Mm-hmm. It's a branch. So like even Holmgren's, it's like a family tree, right? Whereas Paul Brown, Don Shula, I believe, was a part of that. I have to double check it. But yeah, Bill Walsh was there. And then you have, Mike Holmgren. Then you have Mike Holmgren's branches. Yeah. So that's why I went with Paul
That's
Brown.
Fair.
Yeah. Whereas, Parcells has Belichick and, some other more common current ones, I should say.
Right.
Sort of thing. But give me Paul Brown. Go with Paul Brown.
I think Mike Zimmer would probably classify under the Parcells one because I think he coached under him in Dallas.
Yes.
Well,
yeah. No.
That was later. Yeah, he was gone. He was in Cincinnati by that point.
But
I
think he's still part of, isn't he? Wasn't? Let me bring
as Kirk Signetti would say, Googling him.
94 to 06. So
he was there for a bit. Okay.
Yeah, he was.
Okay, so then he was there. I mean, he was. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he was an assistant.
I didn't realize he was there that long.
Long.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Yeah, And it's interesting because that's spanning multiple staffs because he was there, obviously, for
Chan Gailey, Dave Campbell, Bill Parcells, Barry Switzer. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. For some, Jerry Jones, he must have been Jerry Jones's guy.
He was because
Yeah.
there was a rumor in 2019 when the Vikings kind of limped into the playoffs the year they beat the Saints in the wild card round that had he lost, Jerry Jones was interested in trading for Mike Zimmer to be the head coach.
Well, didn't I read somewhere, too, that he retired because he didn't get the head job for the Cowboys when Schottenheimer got it? So Zimmer's like, screw it, I'm done now,
Yes.
sort of thing.
He's just going to go live on his ranch in Kentucky.
Is it Kentucky?
It is.
Okay. I
Which
thought it was
there's-
Montana.
No, it's Kentucky.
Okay.
Because he built it when he worked for the Bengals.
Okay.
So it's within driving distance of there.
Got it.
So
All right.
I mean,
That makes sense.
if you can do it, hey, if you can do that, more power to you.
Yep. So, all right. Shot clock's going to cut us off. We're going to kick off next hour with a little cream of the crop brought to you by Mike's Star Market. Then we'll do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. That's coming up as we have hit halftime, the halfway mark. We'll be back after these news updates. Third hour, kick it off right now. What up, everybody? How you doing? Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in from. I got Surveyor's trivia questions. Why is mine different than yours? I want to know why.
You're asking the wrong person.
But you want to know the question, and then we'll get to the answers a little bit later. Trivia questions for you boys. Brandon, can you name the 5 Vikings running backs with the most receiving touchdowns in their career? I have to do tight ends. Why do I got to do tight ends and you get to do running backs? He said both of you should know that there are ties in these categories. So there's ties. So it's more than 5.
Oh, geez. So running backs and receiving touchdowns.
Yeah. Why do I have tight ends? Why do I have tight ends? So we'll get time to think about that for a little bit and all that. But I want to know why. Never mind. Just I'm making up excuses because I think I could do a better job with running backs.
I think I can do a better job at tight end.
So maybe that's why he did it.
There
so
you go.
That's probably why. But all right, time for a little cream of the crop, Brandon. Who are you rolling with for your cream of the crop? Which, by the way, you should get that shirt for Festivus. Sweater, cream of the crop.
You still don't have the Macho Man hot button?
I don't. Hey, maybe you could do something around here and help out and, pick up the weights, pick up the slack.
Pick up the weight. What are you saying?
I'm not saying anything. So, your cream of the crop, sir.
Well, since I don't get the super cool intro, I guess I'll make do. Not all of us can be Dr. Crow, but...
I don't have his intro either.
You just sing it. I've heard you. You're just singing it off air.
Oh, okay. You liar.
No, my cream of the crop, I'm actually going to go with one with a local connection.
Okay.
And that would be Jack Strand, Bloomer quarterback who last weekend set the NSIC, Northern Sun Intercollegiate Conference, record for career touchdown passes in the conference.
Nice.
Which covers a lot of ground. Division II, plays at Minnesota State University, Moorhead, winding down his college career. They play tomorrow. Might be his last game. We'll see. They might still have a shot maybe to make the playoffs. But has a long-established, very prolific career. I mean, he leads, Division II college football in passing yards and touchdowns. And
oh, wow.
I did a piece on him last week, kind of talking about how he's got NFL interest. Like all but 2 NFL teams have been at practices this fall for the Dragons, kind of watching.
Nice.
And it's something he's a little uncomfortable talking about right now because he's so focused on still, the season, all that, wanting to win games for the team and all that good stuff. But, he's really put together a prolific career, and it's been a really fun kind of ascent to watch as someone who saw him in high school when he was, really wasn't throwing that much.
Mm-hmm.
He was playing in a double wing offense at Bloomer and, having success, but still it's different. And there's more local connections there with, the quarterback coach at Moorhead is Chippewa Falls graduate Justin Check. So it's kind of a fun, connection. Obviously something we're going to have to keep an eye on because he's someone that has the interest of pro scouts. We'll put it that way.
That is cool.
At the start of the year, he was ranked, I think, 17th on Dane Brugler's list for senior quarterbacks.
Ooh.
I mean, he was ranked ahead of some guys you probably heard of.
Right.
Like, I mean, he's someone, and again, I did a piece on him last week in the Chippewa Herald if you want to go back and look at it. But it's just kind of very interesting to see because there's going to be buzz there. It sounds like. So
when we get to draft time, that's really going to be fun to kind of follow and watch. And
yeah.
I don't know if he'd get invited to the combine, but I mean, pro days and such.
He's right. At the beginning of the year, he was on the watch list for the not the Shrine Game, but the
Reese's.
Not the Shrine. No, not.
Senior
it was the Shrine Game, not the Senior Bowl.
Okay,
I always get those two interchanged, but I believe he was on like the 1,000 watch list for like the Shrine Game.
Nice.
So we'll see.
That is going to be fun to watch. It's a good one. I did read your piece too, and it's very well done as well. I'm going to go pretty boring. Shohei, 4th MVP, 4 times unanimous with an MVP too. What, Barry's got the record at 7, right? Shohei's going to break that, right? I mean,
barring something going wrong.
Yeah, I mean that actually was going to be a pump the brakes, full throttle question, but we might as well just say it now.
I mean, at one point on the one hand, you wonder if people will get voter fatigue, but because he's such a unique story, like I kind of don't know if they will.
Let's transition into this for AJM Automotive, pump the brakes, full throttle. So with that, pump the brakes, full throttle, you say voter fatigue. However, will there be voters though that say we can't have Barry have the most? So let's have this narrative and push this narrative that or Ohtani.
I think that all comes down to, honestly, it's going to be some of the age of the voters.
Right.
If you're an older voter, maybe you feel that way. If you're a younger voter, you may not care.
Right.
But let's put it this way: if Shohei Ohtani breaks their record, I'll pump the brakes. I don't think it'll be because they don't want Barry Bonds to have it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll pump the brakes. I'm sure it's crossed the mind of a little bit because I think, okay, if he wins again next year or such and he starts to create like, okay, 5. Now it's like MVP watch and such. I mean, that's going to be – I think some people, the more it gets talked about, it'll cross their mind, but I don't think it'll be like the ultimate deciding factor with this because you're right. It's the age of the voters. And we've kind of seen a change in some of that stuff, right? Just not completely, but a little bit of a tidal change in that. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Did they get it right with the AL MVP? With Judge getting it over Cal.
So they did get it right?
Did they get it right with Judge over Cal?
I would pump the brakes. Like I said, my vote would have went to Cal Raleigh, but I can't. Like, it was going to be one of the two guys. Even if it wasn't the guy I would have picked, like, I still can't say, like, it was wrong. Mm-hmm. But if I had a vote, I would have went Raleigh 1.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree with you. I think they got it completely wrong in this instance. I think maybe I'll make it too much of it, but he's a catcher. He's a switch-hitting catcher, and I think you have to factor what he does as from the defensive side, too, of pitching staffs. I feel like catcher sometimes gets undervalued.
Right, hitting 60 home runs on a team that, won its division.
Mm-hmm. I know the batting average it was like, 246 or something like that, but still, I mean, Judge I expected to be there.
Right.
And yes, they were great fans. I know at the beginning of the year they're saying, hey, best right-handed hitter of all time, kind of pace.
Yeah, it wasn't anything there and Judge did wrong.
No.
I just thought that Raleigh maybe did more as a switch-hitting catcher, hitting 60 home runs, basically breaking ground that had never been done on a really good team. It's not like he did this on a team that won 78 games.
Right.
On a team that was better than the Yankees were.
Right. So I think they got it wrong. That's just me, though. That's just my opinion. I'm going to throw this question out here or it's not really a question, it's a statement from Rick. I believe LaFleur will be the Falcons coach next year. Green Bay is going to go with Hafley. This is going to happen. Pump the brakes, full throttle. Do you believe that?
It is an interesting scenario. I will pump the brakes just because, obviously there's a lot of moving parts there. And it's not a lot of times where you will see a head coach. Would he be fired in that scenario? Would he be allowed to leave? I don't know what that, and then you keep some, you don't see a lot of scenarios where you let your head coach go to keep an assistant that's on your staff to be your head coach.
Unless your name's Jerry Jones.
But it's an interesting scenario. I'll pump the brakes, but it's not like I will dismiss it and be like, that's ridiculous. We don't know.
I'm slamming on the brakes. That's not happening. No, that's
future New York Giants head coach Jeff Hafley.
I'd say that's more likely than anything. That's not happening. Right now, at this point in time, no. I don't even know if Atlanta would be, if there's talk about moving on from Raheem Morris after year 2. I don't know. I'm not sure if there's a thing with that right now at this point. I get it. LaFleur was quarterback coach down in Atlanta. I understand that part, but
what if the Packers move on from Matt LaFleur and then they bring in the offensive coordinator from the Rams?
Oh, Matt?
Mike LaFleur.
Or, Mike LaFleur. Yeah, Mike, Matt, whatever. Mike, yeah. Or what if they fire Adam Stenavich and bring in Mike LaFleur as offensive coordinator? Like he tried to when he first got hired in Green Bay, but Kyle Shanahan said, no, you will not hire your brother. I will keep your brother.
And now he's with the Rams.
After he was with the Jets. Got out of that situation before it really got crazy.
Him and what's his name? I can see the coordinator that was there, or the head coach that was
Robert
there.
Saleh?
Yeah, Robert Saleh. I can see them just kind of looking at each other and go, "Hey, look at us."
It's the Paul Rudd thing.
Hey, look at us.
Who'd have thought?
Hey, we're not with the Jets anymore.
Yeah, we're not. We're good. So, no, I will pump the brakes on that one. So, let's let's continue down the football path. Right now, pump the brakes, full throttle as we're in the stretch run, the second half. Drake May is the MVP, or should be. Let me phrase this: should be the MVP of this league. Looking at last night, Patriots 9-2 win, or now 9-2 on the season.
I'm still gonna pump the brakes because I still prefer Jonathan Taylor, but he's right there.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Taylor's one, he's two. So like I'm pumping the brakes, but it's kind of relatively speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not like, oh, he shouldn't be in the conversation. Oh, he absolutely should be.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I still would go Jonathan Taylor.
I think a few weeks ago, I was Jonathan Taylor. I flip-flopped it. I'm going to go Drake May. And then JT right after. I mean, they're right there.
Right.
If you can, I wouldn't disagree if somebody voted for Taylor. I wouldn't disagree if somebody voted for Drake May.
Right.
But it's those two, and I think there's a distance between the next person.
Right. Because you're not, I mean, usually the Mahomeses, the Allens,
Which it just frustrates me that Patrick Mahomes, I think, is still the odds-on favorite, which I'm sorry, they're 5-4.
Well, I think at the start of this week, like with some places where you could maybe wager on this, the betting favorites were the Chiefs, and they weren't technically in the playoffs.
Right.
Like, but that's remember they're about getting action.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're about getting people to place bets on them. That's what it's all about.
So it has changed now. It looks like Drake May has moved up to the top spot, plus 225. Matthew Stafford, which I'd probably put at third for me.
That's fair. That's fair.
And then Taylor's plus 600. So, okay. This is on ESPN Bet NFL Futures. Patrick Mahomes is fourth at plus 650. So he's like right behind Jonathan Taylor. Is that lazy or that to me?
I mean, you're probably looking for people that'll take that bet because it's Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm. So, pump the brakes, full throttle. The Colts are a bigger surprise than the Patriots this year.
I'll go full throttle on that because the Patriots have a coach who's done it before.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you could, if someone told you, hey, Mike Vrabel's going to have that team contending, like, yeah, I mean, you had to squint a little bit, but it's like, okay, he's done it before. I could see him doing it there. Whereas the Colts, Daniel Jones, like, I just don't know if Shane Steichen, like, if there's really much talk of them possibly being in that spot.
Yeah, I think the Colts are slight. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think either team would be in this situation. But if you had to tell me which team do you think would be in a better spot, I would say probably the Patriots because, Mike Vrabel, you had a Patriots team that spent a lot in the offseason because they had to, essentially. Yeah. And sometimes that doesn't necessarily work, but it's kind of working right now.
It has for them, yeah.
But a lot of it has to do with, you thought Vrabel would bring just kind of a calmness to the franchise and like stableness.
I would just say legitimacy.
Yeah, and just kind of stabilize everything after the Gerard Mayo, sort of thing and that, and after the Bill Belichick weirdness and that. The Colts, to me, Daniel Jones, the whole thing there, yeah, I would say that's a slightly better surprise. But I will say the Colts do play an easier division.
They do.
Than I would say than the Patriots. It's pretty much just Patriots in Buffalo at this point.
Right,
but
there's
still.
there's no Buffalo in the South.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Texans are solid, but they're not that.
I want to bring this up, make sure I get it right here. But wait a minute here. Come on. I thought I had this up, but nope, I had to restart it. Okay. So, pump the brakes, full throttle, Brandon. The Chiefs will not make the playoffs this year.
Ooh. I'm going to still pump the brakes because it's one of those things I got to believe it when I see it. But they've got work to do.
You're scared. Full throttle it. Full throttle, baby. They're outside it, looking in. They play the Broncos this weekend in Denver. Then they play the Colts next week. That's in Kansas City. They play at Dallas for Thanksgiving, which who the heck knows how that one's going to go. Texans, Chargers, Titans, which they'll beat the Titans. And then they finish up with, Broncos one more time and then the Raiders. So they got the Broncos twice yet. They've already got 4 losses, man.
What if they beat the Broncos twice?
Well, then they're going in. But right now, I'm going to say no. And then Travis Kelce can ride off to the sunset and, do whatever he's going to do after his, married Taylor Swift and all that. But, yeah, I don't think they're going to. I'll tip my pick. I think they lose this weekend. I think they lose to Denver. Coming off of I think they had a bye last week too, right? Kansas City had a bye, so they're gonna go to 5-5. No doubt about it for me. I'm kind of, if you're Buffalo though too, you look at Buffalo right now. They got Tampa Bay.
I think if you're Buffalo, you're a little nervous.
I mean, you lose, pump the brakes full throttle. If Buffalo loses this weekend and drops to 6-4, they lose the division.
I would say full throttle.
Yeah.
At that point, I mean, they would be 3 games behind,
and Patriots already beat them once.
Yeah, right. So there'd be work to do there.
Because the rest of Buffalo's schedule is Buccaneers, Texans, Steelers, Bengals, Patriots, Browns, Eagles, Jets.
Mm-hmm. There's enough difficult ones in there where if they drop this one, that would be difícil.
Patriots remaining schedule: Bengals, Giants, Bills, Ravens, Jets, Dolphins.
Right. There you go.
Yeah. Patriots will have that lot. Yeah, Buffalo is, Pump the brakes full throttle for your team and my team, Minnesota, Green Bay. This weekend is must win.
Full throttle.
Mm-hmm.
There have not been very many games inside the division so far.
Yeah.
But, I mean, on the Packers side, a lot of that because who do they play after this week? They play the Vikings. They play the Lions.
Yeah.
Like, there's an avenue where if you beat the Giants and then you win one, lose one there, whoever it is, like you're still in pretty okay shape.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't lose that Giants game. Like, and now with the coaching change, with Jameis Winston playing, it's the ultimate agent of chaos game.
Yep.
It could just be one of those crazy games that you think of 5 years from now. Like, remember when they played Jameis Winston and whatever happened? I mean, they could win 38-0, they could lose 10-7, and Jameis Winston's eating actual dubs on the field after the game. We don't know.
Yeah.
But you have to. And then on the Viking side, like, they've got 2 division wins in their pocket, which is nice. But it's kind of a similar story. They still
You're
play
4-5. You need to get to 500.
right. They still play the Packers twice. Like you have to. That's a win. It's at home,
Mm-hmm.
which is weirdly enough the Vikings have played worse at home than on the road, which is weird for them. But like you just have to get that win. You have to find a way to get that win. There's just there's no way around it.
Yeah.
You can't drop to full 4-6 and then expect to potentially make a run.
I think full throttle for this thing. I mean, the ultimate chaos. I mean, to make things even. So let's say Minnesota wins and they get to 5-5, drops Chicago down to 6-4. Say Philly beats Detroit. Detroit's down to 6-4. I mean, you want to talk about a cluster.
Yep.
And it's a very real possibility that those outcomes could play out.
Yeah, nothing you've said there is unrealistic.
No, easily this division. 8 games left to go here, and
What do we know?
nothing. And the weird part is too, Brandon, for all the talk about Green Bay, it's a very real possibility they could be back in first place after this weekend.
Good, yeah.
We just need your team to help us out.
Well, they did before.
Yeah, they did big time. So Minnesota beat Chicago, Philly beat Detroit, but Green Bay's got their own crap to worry
Green
about.
Bay
They
loses
got
to the Giants.
Yeah. Gosh, I might take a vacation day on Monday. Just no. Good Lord, can you? I don't even want to. No, we'll get to that coming up here in a little bit. All right, that's your Pump the Brakes Full Throttle brought to you by AJM Automotive. We got to take a quick break. Let's do our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. So we'll hit that up. Coming up after these few words. Before we get to our local sports roundup, should we answer surveyors' questions first?
Yeah, we can give it a shot.
I was going to say, where's the mic? There you go. All right. You want to go first? Try to just throw out some names. You don't have to put them in order for me. I won't.
All right. So running backs catching touchdowns for the Vikings.
Receiving touchdowns for the Minnesota Vikings.
Chuck Foreman.
Yes, tied for first.
Okay. This name just popped in my head, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Amp Lee.
Amply, no.
Dang it. Early 90s running back. He wasn't a good receiver, but I feel like just on volume, Adrian Peterson on that list?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. He was not a good receiver. Robert Smith.
You'd think, but no.
Wow. I said this is going to be tough. Like, Dalvin Cook.
No.
I am getting my butt kicked on this. Like, let's see.
I'll be honest. I don't know if you're going to get some of these other ones.
Roger Craig.
No.
You say he wasn't there very long, but man, this is a good list. This is a very good list.
And we're trusting Surveyor that these are accurate.
I will, because like this is why I'd prefer to do tight ends.
You want to do one more?
I'll give one more try. Jerick McKinnon.
No.
Wow, I got my butt kicked on this one.
So tied for first, Bill Brown, 23.
Boom, Boom Brown, yeah. Okay.
Ricky Young, third. Ted Brown, 13.
Okay.
Tommy Mason, 5.
Okay, these say 5. Wow.
Yeah. Or Tommy Mason's got 11. He's fifth on the list.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then tied for 6 because we had a couple ties. Bill Brown and Chuck Foreman were tied. Ed Marinaro.
Yeah, say
and
okay.
Dave Osborne.
Okay. So, and then this is obviously where my relative youth with this list comes shining through.
Yeah. All right.
So, but that's fair.
So I don't have the I'm hoping Surveyor's still listening so he can maybe. So it's got to be Paul Kaufman because, I mean, when you talk about Packers tight ends, he's usually number one for a lot of people. So I'll go Paul Kaufman. All he does is catch touchdowns. Bubba Franks. He's got to be top 5, I would imagine, on there. I am going to say him because I know he had 10 in 1 year, but he didn't have a long career. But I think he had 10 in 1 year. Robert Tonyan. I'm going to put Robert Tonyan as, I think he's got to be top 5 if he had 10 in just one season. I will go Jermichael Finley. I will go Mark Chmura. That's 5. I got to imagine there's a tie because I think Surveyor gave us a hint that there's a tie. So I'm going to say one more name in here. Because, yeah, there's got to be one more if there was a tie. So I said Kaufman, Finley, Chmura, Bubba Franks, Tonyan, and I will go. I don't think it'd be Keith Jackson.
Whoa, Nelly.
Boy, I'm gonna go.
This is a good one this week.
It is. I'm going to go screw it because he replaced Finley. I'm going to say Donald Lee. Good old number 86, Donald Lee.
A buddy of mine,
I don't think it's Andrew Corliss, so I'm going to go Donald Lee.
Donald Lee, I had a buddy in college who would always say, and I laughed, but it was probably true. He goes, everybody doesn't like something, but there ain't nobody that don't like Donald Lee.
That's fantastic. So I'll wait to see if Surveyor's listening, and then he can text over to see if we missed any. While we wait, though, let's do our local sports roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Let's start with football.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for high school, that's kind of last
We're wrapping
season.
up here.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got the for the 11 players, we got the semifinals tonight. We got a couple games that will be taken on locally, I'm sure the one in the spotlight here is me, Mondovi, and Edgar. That game will be at Stanley Boyd at Oriole Park, so not a far drive away.
Right.
So obviously Mondovi picked up the big win. What a fun back and forth game with Regis last week. I mean,
It lived up to the
I was going to
hype.
say, as much as we talked about kind of that and just what that game could be coming into it, yeah, it definitely did. Obviously, a tremendous win for the Buffaloes, Coach Loscheider and that group being able to kind of avenge that regular season loss. I mean, those were two outstanding games between two outstanding teams, and now Mondovi turns attention to Edgar, who grinded out an 8-7 win over Bonduel. I mean, Edgar is, they're high school football royalty in the state. They're one of the most premier programs in any division you're going to find.
Yep.
Coach Stan's won the last 2 Division 7 state championships. Bump up this year to D6. I mean, they haven't skipped a beat. That's going to be a really fun one, and I'm sure both those communities are going to be showed out well. I mean, Oriole Park got a lot of room to sit, but they might not tonight. So, but yeah, there, and then the other game that's going to be going on around here is actually in Division 5. It's Northwestern and Stratford.
Yeah.
And that game's going to be at Chahai at DeRay Field. So
Okay.
Northwestern picked up the win over Grantsburg. Stratford advanced with the win over Tomahawk. So, I mean, that's another big one from around here. Cochrane Fountain City picked up the win over Boyceville. They'll be playing Oshkosh Lourdes.
Yep.
Otherwise, I kind of think
Baldwin Woodville's on
I say,
action,
but yeah,
too.
Baldwin Woodville in Division 4. I mean, that's they got that big win over Lacrosse Aquinas last week, and now they'll be taking on Winneconne. That game will be in Marshfield. I mean, Winneconne's been kind of a team that's kind of, I think, been on the radar for a lot of teams this year as far as kind of one of the premier programs in that division. Really, the other one of note in Division 2 or for the area is going to be River Falls.
Yep.
They're taking on Green Bay Notre Dame. I'll admit, last week I said that Rice Lake Notre Dame game would be high scoring, and it was. But I'll be honest, it was a little bit more defensive minded than I thought. It was 28-20.
Well, they were impressing because I saw Mike McCarthy was watching that game, and some
there are a lot of
Packer
players
players
there,
were
yeah,
there too. So
yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, River Falls picked up the win over Oshkosh North. I mean, that River Falls team is. I remember seeing them when they played Chippewa. They are gigantic. Like, they are big and physical. Like, that's going to be a fun one there, and that's at DC Evers tonight. It's over in Schofield. So, I mean, a lot of these games are, once you get to this point, your semifinal games are always at neutral sites. So, that's kind of what we're looking at as far as, what's left for 11 players. So, still, some interesting matchups going on.
And then 8-player football championship, which you are going to be at tomorrow in Rapids, and it's a rematch from the regular season. Something we kind of were wondering if we were going to see that, and well, we do. It's McDonald versus Gilman.
Right. And I've said from kind of really the jump that I thought these were the 2 best 8-player teams in the state. And the question was, if they play you felt like they'd probably play again after that first matchup, but when would it be? And because of some late season results, actually that really weren't from Gilman or McDonald, basically that's what put them on different sides of the bracket. And I think once they were put on different sides of the bracket, that was kind of looked at as being like, okay, well this could happen again. Like, obviously they had to take care of business, and they did. Gilman, unbeaten, impressive. The last few weeks, North Crawford, who was unbeaten, Oakfield, who maybe had a loss in there, but still they were highly thought of, and those were games where Gilman really in the second half kind of pulled away. I mean, for a team that hasn't had a lot of games that they've really had to play into the second half, they were really impressive in how they closed those games out. Took games that were pretty tight and found a way to pull away. And on the McDonald end of things, since that Gilman game, kind of upping what they've been able to do. I mean, they've talking with the team this week, they've definitely learned from that game and said, hey, we're good, but if we want to get where we want to go, we have to get to that level.
So how do they do that?
I mean,
what do they got to do?
To me, it was they've been able to so far at least to up their physicality, and that's what it takes. I mean, going back to last year, the 2 games that they lost to Owen Withee. I mean, Owen Withee just pushed them around. They ran through them. I mean, that Owen Withee team was super physical. That went on to win the state championship, and they just they could run the ball, and McDonald really couldn't slow it down. And they talking with the team, they said like that was kind of their moment where they kind of saw like, hey, like we're putting in work, we're hitting the weight room, but it's like, but we want to get to that level. We want to get to an Owen Withee. We want to get to where Gilman is right now. It's like we have to put more time into the weight room, and they have. I mean, that team is decidedly bigger than it was last year, and now you're going into state where tomorrow where Gilman won the first matchup 38-12. I think it was a little bit closer than that score said.
It was really close in the first half.
It was,
Yeah.
and even early in the second half, it still was. But then there's a couple turnovers in. McDonald turned the ball over a couple times in Gilman territory. Gilman cashed in with the scores, but I think and honestly, I think the big thing is going to come down to two things, and it's going to be kind of what defined the first game, which would be big plays. Who both these defenses really try to pride themselves on limiting big plays, which in 8-player football is huge. And also, who wins the turnover battle? Gilman won the turnover battle in the first game. They forced a couple turnovers, pounced on them. They came at key times. Like, which team wins the turnover battle? Because these are, I think, pretty close teams. Pretty evenly matched teams. Like, and look, anytime you get two evenly matched football teams, that's kind of, you'll hear that from coaches, but it's said a lot for a reason. So, but I am fascinated to see this matchup and just see what it looks like. The second time around.
Right. So we got that. Just to kind of go back from last weekend to volleyball, Regis getting a championship. Rib Lake.
Well, Regis was the runner-up.
Oh, runner-up. I'm sorry.
Yes,
so,
yes. Yeah. They won, and it's a tremendous year for Coach Liz Anderson and that group. They kind of battled injuries. Unfortunately, that kind of popped up for them down at state. But still, like, that team was playing its best at the absolute right time. That's a team that suffered some losses right before the end of the regular season, rebounded, made its way through that very difficult sectional, beating McDonald, beating Clear Lake, getting back to state again, coming home with another silver ball. That is. There are a lot of teams in this state that would love to be in that position. It's disappointing, to come up short in the state championship game, but at the same time, to be in that spot, to come home with some hardware, like, not a lot of teams can say that, and there's a lot of teams that wish they could. So then you mentioned Rib Lake. being able to, go the distance, take out Wausau Newman for the championship. It's you mentioned you mentioned, I think, Monday. It's a big coup for the east side of Taylor County. This could be a big week for Taylor County. They could have a couple championships coming their way. So we'll see.
That could be.
But that's makes our friend Matt Fry's life very busy right now.
It does. So that's kind of, and then I know we
got girls swimming that wraps up this week. We got Division II state.
Okay.
I know there's some Menominee representation. I think some other schools down there. That's tonight in Waukesha. Tomorrow you've got Division I. I know Chippewa Falls Evelyn Arnold is there. So, like, there's representation, but that's really kind of the end of it. We've of course got state football next Thursday, Friday. So
right.
But that's really kind of the wrap up for the fall.
Because women's basketball started practice.
Girls basketball started this week. Hockey started this week. Gymnastics started this week, and then the rest of the sports get going next week with boys basketball and wrestling and girls wrestling and boys swimming. So that gets underway. There's not much downtime in between. Obviously, with even in the area with college stuff, we've got the WIAC tournament championship for volleyball on Saturday.
Yep. Well, we might as well just kind of transition into that. The Blue Gold women's volleyball team picked up the win last night at Sonoteg against La Crosse, so they are on to the WIAC championship in a rematch against Oshkosh. So that's going to be Saturday night, and then the Blue Gold men's soccer team begin their national tournament run tomorrow, taking on the Milwaukee School of Engineering, and that's actually going to be in Minnesota too. And there's a full-on slate of D3 athletics. We've got swimming and diving for Blue Gold's going to be at St. Cloud University. Women's basketball, they're going to be in action. Hockey also in action for both men's and women's. Men's basketball is going to be taking on, they're in a tournament too. First game is going to be Cornell College. So what? Oh, I thought you were giving me a grin. And then Stout, too. Men's hockey, they're going to be in action actually tonight, taking on Bethel. And then Saturday's kind of the big ones. Oh, I should mention, too, cross-country regionals is actually being held home course for the Blue Gold. So Whitetail.
Yeah, Colfax.
Colfax. So
that place will be packed. I've been there before when they've had like college events there, and then they do a good job with everything there. But it will be packed. But that's so many local runners that run in the WIAC.
Yep.
That'll be there, I'm sure, for that. So that should be a really fun, environment there over in Colfax.
Yep. Weather should be halfway decent too.
Yeah.
So,
if we've got events coming up here this weekend, Mother Nature kind of giving us maybe one more hurrah here.
Yep.
I will take it and be grateful.
And then football, we wrap up the WIAC regular season too. Blue Golds are going to be taking on Platteville, where Stout's going to be taking on River Falls. So, kind of just putting a bow on that stuff too. And of course, basketball in action too. Women's basketball for Stout, they're going to be taking on Concordia College. Coming up on Sunday, it looks like. So that's your local sports roundup, brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. Let's take a break, and we'll be back to wrap up the third hour coming up after these quick words. So it looks like I missed out on one.
Wow, good for you.
Nobody can hear you, Brandon, because the mic's not by you.
I said,
Jeez
wow, good
Louise.
for you.
I mean, for crying out loud, are you a rookie now? Pull the mic over, man. Yeah, Ed West. Sorry, Eddie. Missed out on Eddie.
The legend.
Legend. Mine were more recent, though.
And that's, yeah.
I think that's the thing. It's like mine were a little bit more recent, and the Paul Kaufman one just had to be up there because, okay, Brandon, I kind of asked you this last week, so I'm going to ask you again now. As an outsider looking in, should, and be honest, call some of us out if you have to. Should Matt LaFleur be on the hot seat?
I think he is. I mean,
should he?
Should he? I think that I will say yes. I think there needs to be some heat on his seat.
Okay.
And this has been a very interesting week, I will say, for me, because as someone who, obviously I'm in Wisconsin, I follow a fair amount of people that are I would consider to be knowledgeable when it comes to Packers. You would certainly be one of them.
Well, thank you.
But then also being a Vikings fan and following a fair amount of people that, cover the Vikings, all the good stuff. Like, it's weird because, like, Packer fans and Viking fans have been very similar this week, but in a different way. Because there's people who are unhappy with Kevin O'Connell, and specifically the play calling. Seems like with Matt LaFleur, that's a big thing there too. People are unhappy with. Now, if you were to classify why Packer fans are unhappy with Matt LaFleur's play calling, what would you say? If you could describe it in a few words.
Why they're unhappy?
Yeah, like how would you how would Packer fans who are frustrated with Matt LaFleur's play calling describe
predictable. Predictable, not letting Jordan Love eat.
Not explosive.
Not explosive, that sort of stuff, yeah.
Okay. Yes, that's about what I was thinking too. And it's funny because if you listen to Vikings fans talk, it's almost the complete opposite with Kevin O'Connell. They want him to run the ball more. They want him to do a little bit safer stuff with J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy currently leads all quarterbacks in ADOT, which is average depth of target. On average, he's throwing the ball further down the field than any other quarterback in the league. Mm-hmm. Subsequently, his completion percentage is a little bit lower. Look, he's also been inaccurate too. That's but like, and it was something that it frustrated me even. I mean, at last Sunday where there was a few times where it's 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2.
Yeah, I saw you tweet about that.
Pass.
Yeah,
like and like. The one I understood, like the first interception McCarthy threw, I think where it was a pass down the field, it was 1-on-1 where Justin Jefferson fell. Okay, I get that. But it's like, but then explain all the others.
Right.
Like, you brought Jordan Mason in for a reason. That's to convert short yards. But like, it's one thing to be aggressive. And if you go back during, the start of Kevin O'Connell's tenure with the Vikings, he's one of the most, I guess you would say, aggressive on 3rd and 4th and short as far as passing. Mm-hmm. But it hasn't worked. Like, it's one thing if you do it and it works.
Yeah.
And that's kind of been my frustration. That's been the frustration of a lot of Vikings fans is maybe being super aggressive. But at this stage of the game, and I'm not going to be anywhere close to making any call on what J.J. McCarthy is or isn't. But one thing I think you can say without question when it comes to Kevin O'Connell is, regardless of who his quarterback is, you are going to have to basically you're going to have to do what Kevin O'Connell wants because he's not going to change what he does to fit you. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can go back to 2023 when Kirk Cousins got hurt, whether it was Jaron Hall, whether it was Josh Dobbs, whether it was Nick Mullins, all those guys were still pretty much operating the same offense. Mm-hmm. Like he's not gonna pare it down. He's not gonna make it easier. He's of the mind of this is what we're going to do. You need to do it. And that is, and that's going to lead to maybe some more growing pains when it comes to this with on the Vikings end. But it's just been very interesting for me this week to kind of see how Packers fans and Viking fans in many ways are kind of speaking the same language of frustration. It's just a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. So to go back to it, you do feel like Matt LaFleur should be.
I think so.
Because sometimes as fans, maybe it's a little bit of a polluted mindset, but there's some legitimacy.
Outside of a few fan bases, I feel like people are always going to think their coach doesn't know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. If they're a play caller, that they're a poor play caller. Mm-hmm. Like it just, I feel like so many like outside of maybe like an Andy Reid or like a few maybe like a Kyle Shanahan, I guess maybe that's
Sean McVay.
Maybe that's Sean McVay for sure. But like I feel like everyone else is always going to not give the benefit of the doubt to their coach when it comes to a play calling type thing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But I think in these cases, there's reason to warrant it.
how much and yes, I do think there's definitely something amiss. I don't know if that's the proper way to say it. I also buy into I don't know if buy-in is the right word to say. I also think that a lot of it has to do with the poor play from the offensive line.
Sure. I mean, that's where everything starts. I mean, look at a team like Indianapolis. The reason they're able to do what they do is because they've got absolute dudes in the trenches.
Right. But I also would say that's up to the play caller / head coach to, game plan around that.
You have to adjust to what you have.
Right.
And I think that's something that both Packer fans and Viking fans would agree that maybe their coach isn't doing right now. On the Packers end of things, you have an offensive line that's beat up. Okay, well, how do you mitigate that? On the Vikings end of things, I mean, outside of Ryan Kelly, who's coming back from a concussion, you have 4/5 of the offensive line you game plan for. But you have a younger quarterback. Like, how do you game plan for that? Well, so far the coaches have not shown maybe as many nuanced tweaks to it as fans would like.
Where are you on the side of the head coach being the play caller?
I don't mind it.
Some I think can obviously do it better than others.
Yeah, some can do it better than others. Like it's an acquired skill, I think. It's not something everyone can do. And now obviously we saw it with last week with Dan Campbell, where he took it over in Detroit.
Yep.
So I think you can do it. You just have to kind of understand. You have to be able to handle everything else that comes with still being a coach.
Because you know where I'm going with this was that image of LaFleur, literally back turned to the field on the bench, by himself, going through, I'm like, it's the reason you have an offensive coordinator, an offensive consultant, a quarterback's coach.
Right.
And it's the head. And that's where I assume where Rich Bisaccia's role as assistant head coach kind of comes into play, manning the sidelines there with
making sure,
making
sure the other parts of the game. I'm trying to think of the operational parts of the game. I'm looking for being taken care of.
Right. So I mean, to me, it wasn't the greatest look, sitting there trying to because I don't know if it's micromanaging a little bit. I don't know. I'm throwing stuff. I get that as the play caller, you're trying to find something to work, and I think there was frustration obviously boiling in and that. But yeah, I mean, we could sit here and say it is the offensive line, and I agree, and I think that is it starts there is the biggest issue with this team. But as the play caller, as the head coach, is also your job to combat that.
Right.
Make it work. Somehow make it work. And to me, going forward now is going to be interesting to see this offensive line in play because you lose Elton Jenkins, which good offensive lineman, but I don't think the transition from center was working the greatest.
Right. Better elsewhere than he was at center.
Right. So Sean Ryan's coming in. And when Elton Jenkins was center, I mean, he was still doing, the silent count, which he was looking between his legs, snapping the ball and such. So that's going to change. You got a new center in there who's going to be calling out, Mike, all that stuff, which is going to be Sean Ryan, who is not a natural center, by trade. I know some people throw out the comparison of 2010 of Desmond Bishop coming in for Nick Barnett. Okay, let's pump the brakes a little bit on that before we get to that. But that would be the preferred outcome,
right?
Where Sean Ryan comes in and it's like, oh, hey, it's all of a sudden better, sort of thing. I guess prove me wrong is where I'm coming at with this thing. If there's anything that may be a little bit hot seat too, I think you do have to put Luke Buckus maybe on the hot seat, who's the offensive line coach. If there's issues with the offensive line play, I mean, don't you look at a position coach with that?
Generally, you kind of move up when people are ultimately held accountable for things. You kind of move up the ladder where it starts with the position coach, then maybe a coordinator, and then maybe the coach. Like generally, the coach, like though especially if it's over the course of several years,
right.
Like. Usually you're trying to find a different position coach before you're trying to find a different head coach. And obviously, if you find a different head coach, then everyone's just out anyway. So
right.
But it's weird because, obviously, the offensive line has been a strength for the Packers for a while, especially their development.
Yes. And if you think about it, they lost one guy from last year. It was Josh Myers.
Yes.
And essentially, they lose Josh Myers. They moved Jenkins, who's been an all-pro at guard, to center, and then sign Aaron Banks to this deal, which isn't looking like the greatest deal in the world either. And Josh Myers, I would not say is the best center in the National Football League. But you kind of wonder, is that a big reason? Like, just he may not be the best center, but was he a center that fit
Right.
what Green Bay was doing? And don't diminish the comfortability that the quarterback has, the rest of the offensive line probably has with the center.
Yeah, I mean, the importance of continuity at the offensive line is gigantic. Like, just
And that's why I hate when they were doing rotations.
right. No, I agree. You have your starters, you stick with them, and if they're not getting the job done, then you put someone else in and you give them that full time opportunity. It's to me, it's like rotating quarterbacks. You can't do it.
No.
You have to let people build chemistry together.
And can we please, I implore fans with this. We should not bench Jordan Love for Malik Willis. I've been getting some of that. Stop. I mean, all Brandon could do is laugh right now. But
Well,
it's like,
look, if JJ McCarthy has another bad game, you're probably have Vikings fans saying you should bench JJ McCarthy for Max Brosmer.
would you be one of them?
No,
Yeah.
no, absolutely not. Like,
Just please stop.
no, and that's something maybe for another day. But like, it's been interesting, even in just the 4 games JJ McCarthy started for me as a Viking fan, seeing the amount of Vikings fans who everyone loves the idea of going with the young quarterback until you have to ride through the waves of going with the young quarterback.
The most popular position on a team is the backup quarterback.
Yes, right,
Especially when you have a non-Patrick Mahomes
right,
type of quarterback.
right, and look, after the Lions game, there's a lot of Vikings fans. Oh, JJ McCarthy's it. He's the second coming. He's this and that. Then after the Ravens game, where he had some struggles. Oh, he's a bum. He's a bust. Like, well, truth be told, you're not going to know that answer for a while yet.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, everyone that loves the idea of, oh yeah, well, I'll be fine riding that wave of a young quarterback until you have to. Look at Drake May last year. Look at some of the ups and downs he had, and now look where he is now. Heck, look at some of the ups and downs you're still getting with Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Like, you are not going to know anything for a while. You just hope. And look, I mean, obviously Jordan Love is much more proven, but still, like, there's still ups and downs.
The reason why Malik Willis looked good last year is very simple. Because they could run the flipping football with Josh Jacobs. Even when teams knew they were going to run with Josh Jacobs, they were still having success running with Josh Jacobs.
He was that change-up
Yes.
in the run game. Because goes to Matt LaFleur, he remade things for those few games.
Yep.
To be a run. Hey, we're gonna be like almost like a college offense.
Exactly.
And
Malik Willis was not thrown 25, 30 times a game.
No, and for those 2 games they were playing, I believe it was the Titans and the Colts.
Yes. Yep.
No disrespect, but those teams, especially last year, I mean, the Titans ended up picking first in the draft, and and the Colts were not very good.
Right.
It worked. He put up together a game plan that worked for who they were playing and when. That's fine. That's the NFL. But like, now suddenly, say they did after this week, going against the Vikings and the Lions. Do you think that would still have that level of success?
No, I mean, they can't. Josh Jacobs has not run for 100 yards in a game yet this year.
Wow.
Yeah, he has not run for 100. That's how bad the run offense has been, and the offensive line.
Well, it
doesn't
help when teams are calling out what they know is coming.
Exactly. But it's like, that was a big reason. We need to understand Malik Willis played well.
He did.
Given what he was asked to do.
Right.
And part of that was the fact that they ran the ball a ton. Play action was a part of it. And Malik Willis is a better scrambling quarterback than Jordan Love.
To me, it was almost like a Jeff Grimes offense, where you wanted to run the ball physically. You had the quarterback that could run the ball, and then you tried to take some shots. And they did, and it worked.
It was kind of similar to how Carolina beat Green Bay.
Right.
A little bit. I mean, these were the numbers from Malik Willis in those 2 starts. 12 of 14 against the Colts for $122. He ran the ball for 41 yards. Tennessee, 13 of 19 for 202, but he ran the ball for 73 yards. They can't run the football right now. They can't because of their offensive line. And I think there's people that kind of forget why Malik Willis was good, because it was just that simple. They could run the football. I'm not trying to knock Malik Willis.
No, he did exactly what he needed in that spot to win the games.
Exactly. And okay, we put Malik Willis in right now, and we still stink to run the football. Is that instantly going to change things?
Right.
No, it's
especially
not.
when you would be going to a quarterback who is definitely not as accomplished as a passer as Jordan Love is.
And just to put this in reference, that Colts game, Josh Jacobs, by the way, $151. He ran for 151 yards. He ran for in that game. Tennessee one, he only ran for 43 yards. I believe that Tennessee one is Jair had the pick six against Will Levis in that too, so they even had some defensive scoring in that one. So there was a little bit of that. But, yeah, that was that Colts game. He ran 32 times for 151 yards. There you go. Can we just stop, please? Stop with the whole Malik Willis should play. Bench Jordan Love. Put Malik Willis in. Stop it. We should just stop. I don't want to hear that anymore. Okay? Can we all agree now? Hold hands and sing Kumbaya with that? No, thank you. So, all right. We'll have more football talk coming up in the final hour because we only got a few seconds left till the shot clock cuts us off. So, we'll get to some picks coming up in the back end too. Lots more to get to here. If you didn't make your picks for Cream of the Crop, you can send those too. So send them on over, 715-830-1912. All right, quick break, and we'll be back after these few words. Why did... Final hour kicking off right now on this Friday morning, TGIF, November 14th. Reminder, a week from today, Brandon will be joining me as we do the show from Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, as a lot of us will be getting set to hit the road for deer camp. Maybe some of you heading down to Madison for state football, possibly too. You never know. Or coming back. Oh, I suppose Thursday,
Friday,
yeah,
so.
yep. So, but we're going to be over there. Going to be handing out some, I think, beef jerky and stuff, beef sticks and that. Maybe grab some Man Cave Light before you head over to deer camp and that. So, we'll be posted up right behind the bar, where the bar was at Hy-Vee. It's where I was Tuesday. Nice, lot of space to work with there. I like it. And plugins. So,
the two things you like, space and plugins.
Space and plugins. There you go. So, don't forget to put it on your calendars. Talking a little bit about it earlier, December 23rd, our Festivus for the Rest of Us program. It's going to be 6 to 10. We are doing the feats of strength again. So,
oh boy,
if anybody,
we're not, but
we're looking for people who want to do the feats of strength, the wing challenge.
That is a Tuesday.
Yep, it's a Tuesday. So. We don't have a game that night like we did last year for the Packers.
Well, no, and that was the biggest problem for C-Bomb.
Mm-hmm.
I've said it before when we brought this up, but I still don't know how he managed that.
Nope.
With all the wings and then the cross-state travel and.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, looking forward to that. We got some other stuff we're working on as well for our annual Festivus, because that'll actually be the last show for the year until.
Say the way the holidays fall that year kind of works out for you to take a nice vacation.
Yep. So that'll be the last program for 2025. Put it in the books. Continuing some more football chat here. We got picks coming up at the back end of the hour here, so we'll get to those a little bit later on. But you've got some interesting matchups coming up this weekend, Brandon. When you look at it, outside of the NFC North, I mean, we kind of talked. Detroit and Philly is a big one. I would say Minnesota, Chicago is a good one as well. Tampa Bay at Buffalo, both teams coming off of losses. Tampa Bay coming off of a loss against who did they just lose to? Now I'm blanking. Was it Patriots. Yeah, it was the Patriots. That's right. It was a Tom Brady game because he wouldn't pick for that game. So, and then Buffalo obviously coming off that awful loss to Miami. I want to know if their fan base, Buffalo's fan base, was really reacting to that like the Packers fan base. I would hope so. Same energy, not only fan base but the national media. After that Panthers was like, oh, direct that same energy to Buffalo is what I would say. After that, you've got Seattle at Los Angeles.
That's one that not a lot of America is going to be watching. Nope. Because because CBS has a doubleheader, and the big matchup there is obviously Chiefs Broncos, which is another big one.
Broncos. So, who is the best team right now in the NFL?
I don't know.
By the way, Surveyor says he's in for feats of strength. Hopefully, he can last a little longer this year.
That's right.
I don't think C-Bomb's listening right now. He must be sleeping or something, but he did volunteer C-Bomb. So.
Oh.
All right. So challenging him to maybe we'll just make those two go at it for each other for a separate one.
There you go.
Duel between those two.
Yeah, they have their own thing going on.
Yeah. Challenge them to a duel.
There has to be a winner.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's the version of a hot wing cage match? It's there has to be a winner.
They're two bigger guys too. Surveyor's a rugby guy.
Could we get a steel cage set up at VFW before?
Yeah. Maybe the lake will be frozen by that time, and
they might just dip their head in the lake by then. I wouldn't blame them.
No, I'm saying they could go on the lake and do something.
I'm saying they could just have all the hot wings.
Who can stay in the lake the longest in cold temperatures?
Like a polar plunge.
Yeah. Who can stay in there the longest? We might have to have EMTs on standby. I don't know how to do that. Yeah. So, anyways, back to the question at hand. You got to pick one.
You can't make me.
I will. Or I'm going to sign you up for feats of strength.
Well, then I just won't show up.
Liar. All right, I challenge you to that.
Ooh.
You're not going to make a bet?
It'll probably be different next week.
Oh, that's the beauty of the season, though, isn't it?
I mean, at this point, you just say Patriots because
I
they've
think
got the
it's
best
the
record.
Patriots. Am I far-fetched in saying it?
There's several teams you could say, and I think you would have a case.
Can the Patriots win a Super Bowl this year?
I think this is one of those years where there's just.
You know how pissed off a lot of fans will be if the Patriots are back to the Super Bowl this year?
They had like 3 down years, and then they just
Brady's gone, Belichick's gone, finally.
Ding dong, the witch is dead, and then 3 years later, we just found another quarterback, and he's this fantastic like super.
Would that be the worst thing to happen in football? Hey, Chiefs, no playoffs, but the Patriots are back.
Well, here's the thing: like this could be one of those years where we have crazy parity, and then ultimately like the Chiefs are a 5 seed and they make the Super Bowl, and then like. Trying to think of like, would it be like the Rams? I mean, but the Rams are good. Like the Rams are good. Like
maybe Green Bay has a 6 seed.
There's something like that. I'm trying to think of just like 2 known commodities that people might be bored
Detroit.
with. Like Detroit.
Yeah.
Say the Bears win the North, and the Lions are like the 6th seed.
Yep.
Although, I mean, I guess the Lions.
Or Packers could win a division. We'll go with that route,
just
please.
something goofy where you have 2 teams.
And the Lions
that at the
are
beginning
the
of the year you wouldn't be surprised made the Super Bowl, but they did it not as like a dominant.
They're a wild card team.
Yeah, like as a wild card team. Mm-hmm. Like, is that how this kind of like a little bit how in baseball, hey, the Brewers are the 1 seed. Hey, the Phillies are the 2 seed. And it ends up being the Dodgers. It's the Dodgers. And obviously that's a little bit different, but.
No, but it's similar.
Yeah, where.
Or it could have been maybe kind of like if the Cubs would have or something.
Yeah,
or
the Yankees would have made it. Like if the Yankees and the Dodgers would have made it, where other teams were seeded higher, but the 2 teams made it anyway.
Yeah. No. I could easily see that happening. But would that be? I think that would irritate the hell out of so many fans and fan bases if somehow the Patriots, I shouldn't say somehow because it's very realistic at this point that they go to the Super Bowl.
Imagine being a Buffalo fan that happens.
Oh my God.
You see that clear out and you're like, okay, we got Josh Allen. We're like, this is our time. And then you have a couple chances and it doesn't work. And then suddenly here comes the Patriots again.
Top 5 on the fly right now. The top 5 worst things that could happen in the NFL for the rest of the season into the postseason.
Number 1, the Packers win another game.
Oh, Jesus. I say Patriots getting the top seed and going to the Super Bowl, number 1. That would be the worst thing.
I'm going to just say another Philly versus Kansas City Super Bowl somehow.
That would be up there too.
Because give us something different.
Yep.
Give us something different.
That would be up there.
I don't want warmed up leftovers anymore.
I'm going to avoid taking division sides. So a minute. I'll avoid that.
Yes. Yeah. I will too, just for the
apologize.
I'm not going to apologize, but we'll put up together a 2-person top 5.
Okay, that's fair. So yeah, those are 2. I would say Chiefs somehow they're 5-4 right now.
Yeah,
and they somehow. We kind of already said that though with the Eagles one, so we covered the Chiefs I think a little bit. So, can we even come up with 5? Those are just like the 2 that I don't want.
Yes, right.
Don't want at all.
Because even like the Rams making it, like it's been a few years. It's like it would be what 4 or 5 years at that point.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes winning MVP, I'd put that up there.
Right, and I mean. I don't think that's going to happen at this point, but you never know.
No, if somehow the Chiefs go on this run where they get a top 2, yeah. So Patrick Mahomes, even though he's won it twice or 3 times, was it twice or 3?
I don't remember.
Yeah, doesn't matter anymore. So I'd put that on there. What else could we put up there? I have the playoff machine up. I'm already kind of fiddling with that. I've fiddled with the playoff machine already. I'm surprised. Just because of your history a little bit, what about Sean Payton and the Broncos? Would that be the worst thing for you because of the old Saints?
Oh, I still don't like Sean Payton, but I mean, that wouldn't rank super high up there for me.
Yeah.
I would prefer not to see Sean Payton win, but I'm not going to, it would still at least be a little more interesting to me than Chiefs-Eagles 27 in the Super Bowl.
So maybe it's not a top 5, but those are probably the 3.
Yeah.
The 3 things maybe not the worst, but the things I don't want to see for the rest of this NFL season and into the postseason. outside of our Division 8.
Yes, yeah.
Because I don't want Detroit, Minnesota, or Chicago to do anything.
And I would agree on the other three that aren't Minnesota. So
Yeah, so if we take away our division angst.
biases,
that's a good one.
biases.
New England, get out of here. Philadelphia and Kansas City, get out of here. I'll just say Philadelphia regardless because I'm tired of that now too. So even if it's like Philadelphia versus, oh God, can you imagine Philadelphia, New England again though too?
Oh my gosh. I would not be a fan.
So essentially we don't want these three teams in the Super Bowl outside of our divisions. Philadelphia, Kansas City, New England. Is that fair?
Yeah.
But you're right. You're a Buffalo Bills fan. How are you feeling right now? Like, is the window closing fast for Buffalo?
Maybe.
Is it closed already? Not only is your division rival beating you right now, but you throw in Stephon Diggs is having a good season for them, who was with I mean, you've got to be, we could play for Green Bay and such. Buffalo Bills fans right now. They've got to be more. Okay, I'll ask you, because you're the outsider. Would you be more miserable as a Bills fan or a Packers fan right now? I'd say Bills.
I think I would say Bills. It would, to me, the Bills fan sentiment towards the Patriots would be Jesse Pinkman on Breaking Bad. He can't keep getting away with this, except he is the Patriots.
Right. Yeah. And then there's that little rivalry, too, with the Chiefs. Can you imagine if the Chiefs somehow kind of ran into this thing? I mean, who is, if you had to pick one, and I'll throw this out to listeners, too, which fan base has got to be the most frustrated, nervous, annoyed, however you want to describe it, considering how everything's being played out this season so far?
I think it might be Buffalo.
I think it's Buffalo.
I think it's tough to go somewhere besides Buffalo.
I mean, because
you've been leapfrogged.
Yep.
In a division that, the last few years you've just controlled.
Mm-hmm. You never got to the Super Bowl.
Right. You've had opportunities, and it's always been goofy stuff.
Yep. Would you put Baltimore up there?
I would have a couple weeks ago. Now, I
feel like there's more confidence with them.
Right, and the North is still very winnable. Like, there's not that Patriots team that's just above and beyond them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they could be in first place in like a week or two.
Yeah.
And at this point, honestly, based on what we know right now, I mean, I would still pick the Ravens to win that division.
I would
over
too.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I would too. I feel like there's more confidence right now. If I had to pick a team who's going to win their division, Baltimore, Buffalo, I would pick Baltimore.
Yes.
It's got to be Buffalo fans.
It's got to be.
I guess I never really thought of it that the way that you phrase it. It's like, man, ooh. What is there any talk about Sean McDermott being on a hot seat?
I mean, I think I'd seen the rumblings about, there's Bills fans that would like maybe Brian Daboll back.
Yeah,
as an OC, but because obviously he had a lot of success with Josh Allen there.
And that's assuming Brady goes to be a head coach somewhere, Joe Brady.
Correct.
I think it's really tough to top Buffalo right now.
Yes.
I'm trying to run it through, and I'm not really counting on teams that just have perpetually stunk.
No, like a Saints fan, you're just like
you knew this year was going to be bad.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Like teams that had expectations, and they're not reaching them, and that's been kind of a common thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They haven't broken through.
Like even like the 49er, I mean, injuries this year, but you've been to a couple Super Bowls, and I know you've lost them in heartbreaking stuff too, but still.
Right. Nobody is really calling for Kyle Shanahan to get ousted.
Would you throw like the Texans top 5? I mean, the DeMeco Ryans, his first year was like, because then you had CJ Stroud. Like, then the last couple of years, it's been
yeah. I mean, Stroud's regressed.
Yep.
In part because I don't think they've surrounded him with a great offensive line, or even a good one.
And I think part of it too is like you switched. I thought they moved on from Bobby Slow too quick.
Yeah.
I always get nervous with that stuff.
Right. Another one I would probably throw in there, maybe Washington, just because you had a taste.
Yep.
You had a taste.
Yep.
You got to the end. You got to the title game, and now you're looking and you're saying, "Oh no, not again!" with Jaden Daniels.
And what did you do in the offseason? You got Deebo Samuel, you got Laramie Tunsil.
You load up on veterans. Yeah. You load up on veterans.
Yep.
Like, hey, we win now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's a good one.
It hasn't been there. So still, I wouldn't put any of them above the Bills, but if we're rounding our top 5 into shape,
I think that's good. The most miserable.
the most frustrated.
I think that's the best way to describe it, right?
The most frustrated because like miserable, I would still think like Jets, Browns, because that's more long term.
Yep. So the most
frustrated
fan base right now in the NFL, given how the season's been progressing.
Yes.
Easily Buffalo.
Yeah. Buffalo, Washington, Houston.
Can we throw Green Bay in there just a little bit?
I think you would.
Yeah.
Especially with after the Micah Parsons trade.
Yeah.
With the thought.
Mm-hmm.
And the mindset. Yep. I would put the Packers in there.
And then 5th, I'm just going through. I'll throw this out there just because. And I don't know if I would, but I'm trying to go through some teams. Would you throw the Raiders in there?
I think
you bring in Pete Carroll.
You thought they were going to be better. I think you thought, as a Raiders fan, the floor was raised.
Yeah. You bring in Pete Carroll.
You might have only been like a 7 or 8 win team, but you were going to be a lot more entertaining and a lot more just competent than you've been right now. Maybe. Yeah. Because if that, if this was if they could see this is where the season was going to go, then why do you hire a 70-some-year-old Pete Carroll?
Right. You trade for Geno Smith to bring in a veteran
You could have just brought in Sam Darnold.
Yep.
I think the word was that Tom Brady was not a Sam Darnold believer, which is interesting.
It is interesting, but yeah, I'm going through the list of other teams here. I just don't know who I would put on there, to be honest with you.
Right.
So I'm comfortable with our 4.
Yeah.
I thought Raiders would be better than 2 and 7 at this point, but you're right. It just been like the whole respectable. They would have been a little bit more respectable.
Yes.
If that makes sense, especially when you break. Because I think we all like the Pete Carroll hire for the Raiders.
Yeah, you understood the rationale for it. Like you were just trying to get back to a certain level of competency.
Yes. Yeah. Jets, I mean, we knew they were going to be bad.
Dolphins, I think.
Dolphins was a weird one because of last year.
Right. And I think we kind of felt like, I don't know, maybe they missed their window there.
Yep. Yeah. I would agree with that. And then Tyreek Hill injuries and such doesn't really help the offense too much, but that one's just more dysfunctional, I would almost say. Yeah, I think their window was really small. And that's the thing, too, when you think about some of these teams and their windows, like I would argue Miami's window opened and it was so small because of the signings they did with the Tyreek Hill. They trade for Tyreek Hill. They give up a lot and they sign him a lot.
Ramsey.
Yeah, and Ramsey and that. But then if you don't get it right away and you're not, yes, they drafted Tua and Jalen Waddle and that, but when you make big moves like that, that shrinks the window a little bit.
Right. I think that was kind of maybe following the Rams approach.
Yeah.
The blank those picks approach.
Because then they got Bradley Chubb too by trading.
Right. Yeah. We saw it work for the Rams. They got a Super Bowl, and then we're kind of seeing that second window there where they're a little younger. But Matt Stafford is just honestly I think has been gotten a lot better these last few years.
I think honestly this year for Matthew Stafford, when you look at it, remember in the preseason we're like, is he gonna play?
Yeah. Right. He was having like all those like
back issues and like elbow or shoulder. It's like now you're talking about him as an MVP candidate.
Right.
That's probably one of the better stories so far when you look at the beginning and to where it's at now. Yeah. It's like, cause I think we even talked to Dr. Crow about this and like, it might be kind of like, is he going to last?
Right.
Dude's balling right now.
He's getting rid of the ball. Like when he was in Detroit, even early on with the Rams, he would take a hit. Mm-hmm. Now he doesn't necessarily have to. Maybe it's just because he's gotten a little older. He don't want to. And I don't blame him. Mm-hmm. But like, it's working. It's working for him in that way.
Right.
Like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think otherwise. Like, Steelers, like, I don't even think even when Aaron Rodgers came aboard, there were Steelers fans saying, like, oh, it's Super Bowl. Yeah. To me, it just felt like they were destined for another 10-7, make the playoffs and lose right away to somebody.
Surveyor says Chargers fans finally think it's the end of the Chiefs, and then boom, here come the Chiefs again. And the Chargers got off to a fast start.
They did. But they're still in decent shape. They've got their young core. Like
Dallas, I wouldn't say frustrated because, I
think after the offseason, then trading Micah Parsons, I don't think you had many Cowboys fans that had super high expectations.
That's the thing is like
they're frustrated with Jerry Jones.
Right.
I don't think they're frustrated with how things have developed because it's probably what they expected.
And I think to kind of revisit the question, it's mostly like the beginning of the season expectations to where it's how it's played out.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody.
I mean, even I'm trying to think of like Minnesota, maybe.
But JJ was such an unknown.
And that's it. That's it. You couldn't specifically say like, well, we knew JJ McCarthy would be X. You didn't know.
John said Atlanta.
Okay.
That might be one. I guess I still had Tampa, but still.
Yeah, but they're still one. They're a team that's in that. I'm sure they were expecting that step.
I
forward.
put them in that same tier as like the Raiders, probably.
Yeah. Like if we're doing an honorable mention, maybe creeping into that 5th spot, I could see that. That's not a bad one.
Yeah. I don't know who else I'd put up there.
Right.
So, all right, we got to take a quick break. There we go. All right, we did a top 5. How about that, Brandon?
There we go.
We did a top 5.
We did an impromptu top 5.
That a boy. Quick break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. We'll have a little bit of a quicker segment here, but Brandon and I love playoff machines.
We do.
And it's already up. So not to kind of go deep dive into this, but just a simple question. Of the teams that are in the playoffs right now, if the playoffs started today, okay, so on the AFC side of things, that would be New England, Indianapolis, Denver, Pittsburgh, Chargers, Buffalo, Jacksonville. NFC, Philadelphia, Seattle, Detroit, Tampa, Rams, Bears, Packers. If you had to pick one from each that will not make the postseason, who would you go with?
I'm reloading it up because I was.
You were playing around too much.
No, I was, and so I messed it up.
Yeah.
AFC. It's like one team that's in that won't be in.
One team that's in that will not be in.
And this is a bit of a cop-out for me, but on the AFC, I would say Jacksonville. Like, they're just too darn inconsistent. Like,
To me, it's between two in the AFC. One's Jacksonville, one's Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
For with the Ravens and that.
On the NFC, maybe I'm a hater. I'm gonna say Chicago. Like, you don't get here's the thing: you don't get style points for how you win, but there's been a lot of wins that are kind of like, I don't know. And now their schedule really picks up.
Remember at the beginning when the schedule release came out, and we were kind of talking about it, and a few people mentioned Chicago's division games are way late, and how could that actually help Ben Johnson and Chicago get off to a fast start? Kudos to everybody who said that.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you nailed it on the head.
Because you still have 4 division games. You got you got 2 with Green Bay, and remember, so far they're 0-2 in the division.
Yep.
They've lost to the Vikings. They've lost to the Lions.
Yep.
So,
And your other games are Eagles, Steelers. It's at Philadelphia, by the way. Browns and 49ers.
So 3 of those 4, not easy.
It almost boils down to this for me. Which team do you trust more, Green Bay or Chicago?
And at this point, I would still trust Green Bay.
I'm probably with you. Although my trust is waning a little bit. But, and I would argue Green Bay has a tough schedule too.
Yes.
At the end. But Philly's making it. I think Seattle's proven that they can make it. I'm really curious to see how they look against the Rams. So I will say this.
Yes.
I think Tampa wins their division, even if they lose this weekend. Rams are just so good.
Yep.
Detroit's going to get in.
That honestly, the game I'm most interested in, Rams Seahawks.
I am too.
I'm a little bummed that's not going to be on, be broadcast locally to watch.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Seattle, I think, has been a very pleasant surprise. I think Sam Darnold has surprised a lot of people just because, he's doing it again, kind of sort of thing.
Right. And he's doing it with Clint Kubiak.
Yeah. There's part of me wondering, though, too, I could see the Rams dominating.
Yeah. Yeah, there's more, of all the possible outcomes, there's more outcomes where the Rams win.
Mm-hmm.
I think people would be absolutely stunned if the Seahawks dominated.
Yes.
It could happen, but, I don't think the percentage on people would put on that would be very high.
No. Which of these 3 7-2 teams in the NFC for this weekend do you think has a better chance to dominate their epic matchups? Philly going up against Detroit, Rams and Seattle.
I would say Rams.
Yeah, I would say that too. Yep. Definitely. Philly's offense is just kind of...
It's... I don't know. It's just... And even when they play Minnesota, they hit a couple big plays down the field, but, they weren't able to really run the ball much.
Yeah.
It just still seems like even though they're winning, they're almost winning in spite of it.
I'm wondering if this A.J. Brown thing is going to start to spiral out.
Because at this point, there's no trade that can happen.
No.
They're not going to just flat out release them.
Right.
So, it's just there.
Which makes me nervous heading into this one because we Packers fans need Philly to win.
I guess technically Vikings fans do too. So
yeah. So and AJ Brown, just stop, talking, please, until after the season. After this game, stop.
But it is always difficult for me in my nature to cheer for Philadelphia, though.
I know it is. I don't like Philadelphia either, but if it helps my team,
yeah.
It's like I'm rooting for you guys this weekend to beat Chicago.
Coming up later in the broadcast, Dan will sing Skol Vikings.
Ooh. Oh, there's top 5 most annoying sounds in the world. Number 1, just go across the border, turn a key.
The horn?
That and skull. Sorry. I'm sorry. But I know it's coming back to me probably at some point from you. So. All right, let's take a quick break here, and then we'll be back. We got picks coming up here momentarily. Well, I should say a little bit longer than momentarily. So towards the top of the hour. All right, we'll be right back. In the spirit of you got to pick one or the other, and in the spirit of poaching people and coaches, not people, players and coaches to other teams, that came out wrong. Brewers wise, Pat Murphy, Matt Arnold, who's more valuable to the franchise right now? You got to pick one. No cop-outs on this one.
No. I am going to go Matt Arnold.
Okay.
And look, obviously, all the respect in the world for what Pat Murphy's done, but I just feel like in baseball, it's so much more of an organizational-wide thing that I would feel confident that if they need to find another manager, and look, in the next few years they might have to if Pat Murphy just decides to retire and be done.
Yep.
I would have the confidence that he would lead an organization that could do that.
So, for what it's worth, I will make my answer here, but I will say this. I almost feel like this type of relationship is very similar to the head coach and quarterback in the NFL. Like, the whole Brady and Belichick, who gets more credit sort of thing. To me, it's like, well, Montana had Walsh, Starr had Lombardi.
Right. We've had this conversation. There aren't very many great quarterbacks that haven't had the coach and vice versa.
Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, the list goes on and on. So I would argue like this one, you could make the case Murphy and Matt Arnold. I feel like the GM and head coach, and you can say it for any sport, especially like football too. As long as those two are on the same page, you're going to be in good shape.
You have to speak the same language. Like as the person that brings in the talent, you have to be able to understand and communicate to your coach what you're looking to accomplish, and the coach has to understand that.
So I think this marriage, it is what it is. It's
sports marriage.
Yep, works perfectly. Sure, Pat Murphy probably would be, and he's kind of made some comments like, "Oh, we would, sign this guy. That's just not what we do." It probably makes the manager's job a little bit easier. Let's be real, right? But I also think the approach for the Brewers and Matt Arnold with these younger guys, it fits Pat Murphy's style.
It does. It does.
So that's where I probably agree with you a little bit with Matt Arnold.
And maybe it's on Matt Arnold's shoulders to not provide Pat Murphy with too many Brandon Lockridge types, because Murphy would love them all.
He loves Caleb Durbin though too,
and that's the thing. Yeah. And look, and I was going to say like a Sal Frelick or like a Bryce Trang, but obviously we've seen those guys make incremental growth. Whereas, no disrespect to Brandon Lockridge, but he's more of a fourth or fifth outfielder type guy.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would agree with that.
Yes, maybe you got to save Pat for himself.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I think that's fair. That's fair. So, but no, and that's not to diminish either one of these. It's just
a symbiotic relationship. It takes them both.
It is, and I think the Brewers. I hate to say it, that they almost luck out with some of this stuff. I mean, Matt Arnold was an assistant at Stearns. Stearns leaves.
Yeah.
Craig Counsell leaves.
Yeah, or have you just put yourself in that position?
That's true.
Like, which
creating depth,
right?
I don't know, but would you say Matt Arnold has already done a better job in his short tenure as executive than David Stearns?
It's tough for me because Stearns started down more because when he took over the team, I think it was after 2015. Obviously, they were very much in the throes of a big rebuild. Matt Arnold kind of took the baton from Stearns and has done great things. I don't know if I could say that for Arnold just because Stearns had to build up more.
Right. And Stearns, to me, is it's going to be interesting to look back at his career, I feel like, too, because he did a great job with Milwaukee, right? I mean, he did a really good job with the scouting and that. But then to go to a bigger market where you just can write checks in that.
Yeah. And
does that affect your way?
Right.
You get too far away to what made you good.
Right. Like if you grow up and you're more value conscious on things and then you win the lottery.
Yeah.
And you're able to go and spend more, are you suddenly going to kind of get maybe your priority, or not necessarily priorities, but like your values out of whack a little bit?
And that's where I'm kind of curious, does that affect a guy like David Stearns?
Right.
Because I feel like if you hire somebody, you hire them because of what they did. And what David Stearns did was find players at value.
Right.
But you go to an ownership and a team that's...
Yeah. But then the other thing, too, is like, is that less valuable with the Mets than it is with the Brewers?
Yeah.
And if you're the fans, you probably value that less than you do with the Brewers. Hey, David Stearns found Yuli Chassin, and he was the ace on a team that was game from the World Series in 2018. That's awesome. if you're a Mets fan, are you if you find that value in a guy like that, are you excited? Are you saying, why don't you just pay more money and go get Dylan Cease?
Right. No, you're exactly right. But it's like that's the expectations of taking that type of a job, though.
And
too,
that's
right?
and I mean, obviously, and that was his team when he was a kid. So like he's getting a chance to lead his favorite team when he was a kid. But he sure understood like, yeah, your expectations raise. If you accomplish what you did in Milwaukee with the Mets, is that viewed as a success for David Stearns?
That's true. Yeah. I mean, you do have to factor the owner too, who is pretty,
Right. Where, look, I'm sure Mark Anassi, he would love to win a World Series and stuff, but like we've heard, like they want to be consistently competitive. Bites of the apple. Are bites of the apple good enough and the Big Apple?
Right.
I'm not sure.
No, that's a fair point. So, you brought up a good point too earlier on about contract-wise, Pat Murphy heading into his final year with this deal, and he's not a spring chicken. Let's be real, but sure doesn't look like a guy that's.
It's Pete Carroll-like.
It is. It's very and he's got younger kids too. So
right.
It's,
so he's a I don't know how I forgot how old he is, but he is a spry, however old he is.
Has like Matt Arnold addressed that at all? I haven't seen any comments about it.
And it's because that hasn't been addressed, and there's so many. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are just assuming, okay, well, it's going to get done. However,
remember the Craig Counsell thing?
Exactly. So it's like maybe it's one of those things like it's not a conversation until it has to be a conversation.
Right.
But let's put it this way: if you go into next spring training, then it's a conversation.
Yeah. That's a good point.
And as much as Murph would probably not want that to be a distraction, I think he would have to understand why those questions are going to be asked because it just happened with somebody else.
Yep.
So that's why I would not be concerned about it until spring training if it doesn't happen. Next February, if they show up and he's only under contract for one more year, then I think there's going to be some conversation. And at the very least, he's going to be asked about it.
Yep.
Because
then it's going to be the whole speculation part. Is it him that doesn't want to do it, or is it the Brewers?
Right.
Which I don't know why the Brewers wouldn't want to do it, but
right.
Is it a cheap thing again?
Well, and again, this is something that could be remedied next week.
It could be. Yeah, don't want to get too wound up about it right now, but I mean, he has definitely earned a huge pay raise.
He has, and with the thing with him is, I'm sure the extensions, and you don't always hear like the length of those. I would think like a 2-year extension, because you're not going to get too far ahead because again, he's not super young,
right?
So where like, if you got another couple years, fine, kind of a thing. Because
I mean, I just quick Googled it. Dave Roberts is the highest, 8.1. Craig Counsell's at 8. Alex Cora's at 7.3. Torrey from Arizona is at 5. And all those guys have gone to a World Series except for Craig Counsell. Because Diamondbacks just went a couple of years ago, right?
Right, yeah. Under Torrey Lovello. Yeah, under Torrey Lovello, yeah.
Aaron Boone, 5. Stephen Vogt's got 4.
Yeah. I would honestly put him in that Stephen Vogt, Aaron Boone range as far as,
Yep, because, I mean, the new Giants one's now $3 million.
Yep. So, and we don't know what he's making now, I don't believe.
No. I think they said speculated between 1 and 2.
Okay. So, no, I would say a nice, healthy bump up there.
I would think he absolutely deserves that, too.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think anybody would have any issue.
Right.
For crying out loud. I mean, heck, Stephen Vogt got that contract before he became back-to-back manager of the year.
Right.
So, I mean, does his value go up, too?
Maybe.
And if that doesn't Pat Murphy's go up?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know how long Vogt's is, though. If his is a 3-year, 2.
I don't know either.
I'm not sure. But, I mean, that's interesting that they gave him a 4 for a first-time manager, and for a franchise that doesn't spend a whole lot either.
Yeah, that tells you how much they wanted him.
Yeah. And I remember when we were going through this, you threw his name out there.
He was someone high on my list I wanted in Milwaukee. Like, you could just tell when he was a player that he was going to have the right mind and temperament for an MLB manager.
Were you a little surprised he got named manager of the year, though, over like Schneider from Toronto?
A little bit. This year, yeah. I thought Schneider, remember, these are voted on after the regular season, so what happens in the postseason doesn't matter. But to see what they did with Toronto was a team with expectations, but still, they were the number 1 seed. They were the best team in the American League. And it's so tough to win it twice, especially back-to-back.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, I would say the scenario for Pat Murphy is a scenario that has to play out where Yeah, you meet expectations year one, and then year two, like you have to be like the best team and you have to have your other division winners be established teams.
Yep.
It wasn't going to be Dave Roberts over Pat Murphy. It wasn't going to be Thompson over Pat Murphy. The wild card teams, the Padres, the Cubs, obviously Francona had something in there with the Reds, but they were a distant third wild card team.
Mm-hmm.
So like there was no one else that really came out of nowhere enough to supersede Pat Murphy.
What would Pat Murphy have to do next year to win it for 3 years in a row? You talk about maybe over 100 wins.
Yeah, it's going to have to be like 105, 110 wins.
Yeah.
And you're going to almost have like the exact same scenario where the Dodgers, the Phillies, otherwise it'll just be someone else. That's just how that award is. It's like the NFL with Coach of the Year. Like you don't see many multi-year winners. Like Kevin Stepanski, the reason he did is because it was with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah. It's almost like, too, like they would have to trade Freddie Peralta and still win 105 games, something ridiculous like that.
And then he's next thing you know, he's pulling out like a 5-egg omelet out of his pocket or something.
On that note, we'll take our final break here and make some picks to wrap up this Friday program. We'll be right back in a couple minutes. Time to wrap it up with some picks here this morning. Let's start off with the college football world, and we actually have a couple games tonight that I'm going to throw your way. Clemson at number 20, Louisville.
Louisville.
I'll go Louisville, too. They're favored by 1.5 in this one. Minnesota at Oregon.
Minnesota. I'm sorry, Oregon.
No,
No,
we're
no.
taking your first one.
Well, to be fair, I purposely picked Iowa last week.
fair.
To be fair, I picked Iowa last week outright, and I almost got it.
You did, yeah. Let's do Notre
You
Dame.
didn't pick one?
Oregon. Notre Dame at Pittsburgh.
It's a game day game. I'm going to go Notre Dame.
Yeah, Notre Dame. Let's go. How about, do I need to save it? Wisconsin, Indiana. The line I see is 28.5.
I'm going to take Indiana to cover.
Yeah.
Like I think the defense can hold on for a little bit, but Fernando Mendoza, too good of a quarterback. Eventually their lack of offense will catch up to them in that game. I will take Indiana like 41-10.
I'll go 45-3.
They get the field goal. Do they run a fake punt?
I'd have to do something, so yeah. Oklahoma at Alabama.
Alabama.
I'll go Bama. Let's do Iowa at USC.
Interesting styles clash there.
Yep.
I'm going to go USC.
I'm going to go USC as well. How about number 19, Virginia at Duke, where Duke is favored by 5.5?
Ooh, I'm going to go Duke.
I'll go Virginia. Why not go with the Cavs? Let's do Texas at Georgia. Georgia, and I think this will knock Texas out for the college football playoff.
Yep.
Let's do, how about TCU at BYU? BYU is only favored by 3.5.
I'm going to go BYU to bounce back after last week.
Yeah, I'm going to go BYU too, and I think they cover for this one. Let's do a couple Bucks games here. So we got the Bucks tonight, home against the Hornets.
I will take them to win
Yep.
tonight.
Tomorrow, Lakers taking on the Bucks.
I'm going to go Lakers.
I'll go Bucks. Giannis plays back-to-back and helps lead them to victory. So, NFL schedule. Let's get it rocking and rolling here this morning. Washington at Miami in Spain, right? Madrid, yeah.
I'm going to go Miami.
Yeah, there's just too many injuries, I think, for Washington.
Right.
I know Miami does too, but
I'm going to say a big game out of Devin Achane.
yeah, I'm going to go Miami. Washington's defense has been not great, and I know Dan Quinn's now
Taking
taking
it over,
but
but
still. Carolina at Atlanta.
I'm going to go Carolina.
I'll go Atlanta for this one. Tampa at Buffalo.
This is an interesting one of the many good ones we talked about. I'm going to go Tampa.
I'm going Buffalo. I think they bounce back at home. Houston at Tennessee.
I am going to go
Houston, even with no C.J. Stroud. So, we'll save those two. Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. Will Cincinnati light it up with Joe Flacco again?
Again, I'm going to say no. I will take Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I'm going to go Pittsburgh too. Let's go Chargers, Jaguars.
I will pick the Chargers.
Chargers. Seahawks, Rams.
You know what? I'm going to go Seahawks because you have to throw a little mix in there. I'm going to go Seahawks.
I'm going to go Rams by double digits.
All right.
San Francisco, Arizona.
San
Brock
Francisco.
Purdy.
Yep, he's back. I'm going to go San Francisco.
I'm going to go San Francisco too. I'm surprised. I know that it's at Arizona, but San Francisco is only 2.5 point favorite.
And I don't think playing in Arizona is like a big needle mover as far as
Right. Home field for Arizona.
Right.
Yeah. Baltimore at Cleveland.
Baltimore.
Kansas City at Denver.
Kansas City.
And they're favored in this one.
That's a little surprising, but I will still take Kansas City.
I'm going Denver. Detroit, Philly.
I'm going to go Detroit.
You so-and-so. How dare you?
Watch your language.
I don't think the dump button works yet. I'm going Philly.
You're a dumb bun.
Chicago at Minnesota.
There's a Monday night game, too.
Oh, yeah, there is.
Sort of.
Oh, gosh. Dallas and Vegas.
In the It Used to Be Better Bowl. I'm going to go Dallas.
Yeah, I got Dallas, too. All right, Chicago, Minnesota.
I'm going to go Minnesota on this one.
You homer.
I know.
I'm going Minnesota, too.
You homer.
I'm picking straight up everything to help Green Bay this week.
Willing it into existence.
But will it matter? Green Bay at New York.
I will take Green Bay, and as I said to you off air, if Green Bay loses this game, then it's DEFCON 1. Then it is all hands on deck for panic, because you cannot.
I believe the line actually just went down from this morning, because I swear when I looked at it, it was 7.5. Now it's 6.5.
You cannot lose to Professor Chaos, Jameis Winston. And that team that
Do they cover by 6.5?
Yes. I'm going to say like a 23-13. It's comfortable.
Is that comfortable though?
But like they get like they're always 2 scores up kind of a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like 10-0 after the first, or maybe like at halftime or something like that. Like it never feels like they're going to lose. You may be frustrated they're not winning by more, but it never feels like they're going to lose type of game.
Here's what's got to happen. We know the Giants are going to already come in with some momentum and some energy, right? Interim head coach Mike Kafka, he's got head coaching potential. He's gotten interviews, let's say. Jameis Winston, teammates love the guy. He already brings energy. So the Giants are going to have instant momentum and energy. Green Bay needs to shut that down right away. They need to get after Jameis Winston right away. Take off that smile off his face. Micah Parsons needs to go out there and just wreak havoc. They better come away with some interceptions and some turnovers.
They're going to get some chances. We know that.
The Giants stink at stopping the run. They're second worst. And lately they've been even worse. Josh Jacobs will finally have over 100 yards rushing in this game. For everybody who wants to let Jordan Love cook, Brian Burns has 11 sacks this year too. So what's a good way to slow that down? Let's run the football. And especially when the Giants stink at stopping it this year, I want to see them come in and just grab them by the throat, take down that energy, any enthusiasm. Because we see it once in a while, right? New interim coach.
They get the interim coach
It's a little boost.
The bump.
Yeah. Shut it down right away. Jeff Hafley's got a bunch of family coming in for his interview for this weekend for that job. He's got 30 tickets he had to buy. His mom's going to be one of them. Packers win. I say 30-13. 30-13.
Also, if you're a believer in announcers projecting the type of game it is, Adam Amin and Drew Brees. Which tells you how high it ranks in the checking porter.
It was originally Mark Sanchez. Right?
Yeah.
That's who it is.
Yeah.
So, okay. All right. Well, we'll see how it goes. So, all right. Shot clock is kicking off for right now. Safe travels tomorrow for state football, 8-player state football. And
in
best
Rapids.
Of luck. Best of luck to the 11-player teams who are in action tonight, too. So, have a good weekend. Hopefully wearing a Victory Monday t-shirt. We'll see. It's been a hot minute, but we'll see. Have a good weekend. Same place, same time. Talk to you then.